Yo, what's up, RBT family? We are back again. It's Friday. It is day 2 of the 2024 NFL Draft. Last night was a blast. Man, great draft. Tons of surprises. Like I said, it wasn't boring at all. It was going to be hard for it to be boring for me anyway. So it doesn't matter what could have happened. I was going to be completely geeked about it like that. But even still, super glad that we had like some of the twists and turns that we saw last night. So can't wait to get it started again today. Cannot wait. Actually, oh, you know what? I should not have. You know what? See, this white shirt is washing out in the background, but that's okay because I'm not dressed for the occasion anyway. I'll be right back. Day one gang Jarrell, man. What's up, man? Yeah, I'm gonna go get dressed for the night, man. I'll be right back. Man, there we go. I feel so much better now. I feel so much better. Something crazy happened. Put this jersey on and instantly I feel so much better about myself. Had to make sure I had to get myself together. How y'all doing? How you feeling? Day one game, man. A lot of big players fell into the second round, man. We got some big names in this second round. What you mean I'm not dressed for the occasion? What you mean? Oh, Black. Look at Black in here, man. Hey, Black, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That Nate Wiggins pick is my second favorite pick of the night. I think Quinyon Mitchell falling to the Eagles and Nate Wiggins falling to Baltimore, the two best picks of the night, man. I can't even front. I can't lie at all. I cannot lie about that at all. And look, and that's both of y'all, yeah. Jarrell and the Eagles, and then you and them punk ass Ravens. Yeah, y'all had the two best picks of the night, though, for sure. Man. Who you trying to get tonight? You say you wanted Leggett? Man, I'm glad y'all didn't get Leggett. I thought Buffalo was going to take Leggett. I thought Leggett could go to Buffalo or Kansas City. Bro, I like him. You won't believe who I compare him to. You won't believe who I compare him to. Bruh, I kid you not. When I watch Xavier Leggett, bruh, his gum strong as hell. My fault. When I watch Xavier Leggett, he remind me of a. He makes me think about like a young, raw Terrell Owens. That same build to be like that build and is explosive with that type of long speed, that catch and run ability. He look like young T.O., bro. You want Patrick Paul from Houston? Boy, I hope you get him. Patrick Paul is terrible. Patrick Paul, the worst tackle in this draft. Hey, K-Rock, what's up, man? You say, hey, what's going on, man? You see I'm dressed for the occasion? What's happening, bro? What's happening, bro? But nah, hey, Black, I hope y'all get Patrick Paul, boy, because he's terrible. That'd be somebody else for TJ and Alex Highsmith to kill. That'd just be more food. And you know what? I want that for y'all. Yeah, y'all trying to run the ball, but that ain't the move though, boy. That ain't the move. Not before the late day 3. He's a 6th-round player just because he big. Another bad year, boy. You crazy as hell, man. Y'all done let us get the 3rd best left tackle in the draft. Didn't have to move up to get him. Come on, man. Y'all didn't let me steal Justin Fields from the Bears and Russell Wilson from the Broncos for free. Come on, man. Y'all crazy as hell, man. Y'all in trouble. Sign the best inside linebacker on the market. Thanks to my dog Black's Ravens. And got him for the low ski. I mean, we ain't get Mahomes. hey, man. Hey, why you? Hey, you can't don't. Ain't nothing you can really say to that though, man. Ain't nothing you can say to that. He said, "Okay, yeah, y'all get Mahomes." Like, damn, yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. You got me. You got me there. How you feel about Worthy? You like moving up for Worthy, and especially taking Worthy over AD Mitchell? How you feel about that? Hey, Black, matter of fact, AD Mitchell, I think AD Mitchell fits y'all. I thought y'all was going to get AD Mitchell at 30. But in my mock draft, like, Wiggins wasn't there. With Wiggins being there, I'd have took Wiggins as well. But if Wiggins wasn't there, I wonder if y'all have took AD Mitchell. I thought y'all was going to take him if he was there at 30. What's up, mama? I'm not gonna lie, man. I like that Chiefs move. I couldn't believe that when it was announced Buffalo was trading. I couldn't believe it was Kansas City. I really thought Buffalo was going. I wanted them to get Xavier Legette, but either Xavier Legette, AD Mitchell, one of them two for sure, or even Xavier Worthy themselves, possibly. But like one of those three. Not only do they not take one of those guys, then they trade with Kansas City so that Kansas City can get one of those guys. That's crazy. Day one game, Jarrell said, yeah, he had to pull up to the penthouse. Hey, I appreciate you, big dog. Hey, matter of fact, all y'all, man, before y'all get out of here, make sure y'all subscribe to that YouTube for me. Drop a like on my video, man. Need all that. You say you think it'll pay off in 2 years? Shit, Patty said it's gonna pay off in 2 months, boy. What you talking about? Patty said he ain't got 2 years to wait. He said it better pay off tomorrow. Rashee Rice might not be coming back from Texas, boy. He can't wait 2 years. Rashee Rice might be in Dallas for the next 2-3 years. Nah, not that long. He might be in Dallas for the next 15 months, though. Man, that's crazy. Matter of fact, who was some of y'all best picks of the night? What was y'all favorite picks of the night, I should say? Brother Red in the building. What's up, man? No Votes of the podcast in the building. What's up? He said Worthy is a big play waiting to happen. Let me put on the board for everybody. Worthy is a big play waiting to happen, but he has to work on his hands. A lot of drops. Nah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, man. I don't know if I want to say a lot of drops, but nah, the drops are definitely there. I always think about the drop touchdown in the Alabama game. He runs the whip route on the left sideline, against Kool-Aid McKinstry. Leaves him grabbing ankles, breaks outside, drops a easy walk-in touchdown in that Alabama game. Then also, man, for a fast guy, he didn't always feel fast. Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I know he's fast, so you can tell he's fast, but I don't think his tape looked as explosive as Troy Franklin. Even though I think he's a better receiver than Troy Franklin, and he's faster and a better overall receiver, but his tape doesn't look as explosive as Troy Franklin's. But I still like that pick for Kansas City, though. I do. K. Rice said he gonna get him out on a work release. Man, this ain't what's that movie, man? This ain't help me. Adam Sandler and Chris Rock, they remade it from Burt Reynolds, the football movie in prison. Longest Yard. Yeah, this ain't The Longest Yard. Now Rashid Rice, the NFL young boy. Oh, here we go. My dog, Brother Red, he said, Willie, how you feeling about your man Penix going so high in the first round to the Falcons? Are Falcons looking at him with possible comp to Jordan Love? Well, it did feel good, man, to see Penix go so high and it turned out to be so soft for him. Man, they said it was like 4 teams trying to trade for him. They said New Orleans was trying to trade up. The Raiders were trying to trade up. Seattle was trying to trade up. And there was one more in Minnesota. And Minnesota was trying to trade up as well to get Penix. And so much larger market than the TV and YouTube pundits were trying to have us believe. There was no way in the world I was going to watch Michael Penix throw frozen lasers 60 yards across the field all day long, and for y'all to make me believe that he was a fringe top 40 player. Are you kidding? Meanwhile, we've got guys like Drake May who put swing routes in the dirt. Are you kidding me? But he's a top 2 pick. He was arguably the number 1. They wanted us to believe that he was neck and neck with Caleb Williams when draft season started. They wanted us to believe that, Brother Red. You're going to tell me that guy can be in conversation with Caleb Williams and Michael Penix throwing 60-yard piss missiles all up and down the West Coast is a fringe 40 player? I wouldn't stand for it, Brother Red. No way, no how. Wouldn't stand for it. No way, no how. You've got Kirk Cousins coming back off a torn Achilles at the age of 36, 37 years old. He's not the mobilest of quarterbacks with 2 fully functioning Achilles. Now, let alone one that he just tore and he's trying to rehab from. I don't know if he know Kobe Doctor. I don't know if Kirk Cousins got connections in Germany like that, man. I don't know if he got that Kobe work done. How I know what that, you know what I'm saying? How do I know what that Achilles gonna hit for? And so Kirk Cousins is a $100 million investment. And it's a shaky investment. And if it works out, best case scenario, Kirk Cousins is great for 2 years, but both those years you pick in the mid to late 20s, and then in year 3 where you wish you had Michael Penix, now you're drafting pick 27, and you don't have a shot at whoever the 2029 quarterback is. You know what I mean? Like, so they're planning for success and just realizing, like, man, we're going to pay the premium now because we don't ever again imagine picking inside the top 8. We don't plan on being a team that picks in the top 8 of a draft in these next 2 to 4 years. So I don't hate it because of that. I really don't. I think it's very forward thinking. And I think the quality of pick is that much better because such a wild card in Drake May went pick number 3. And so I think that even makes it a better pick for me. Hey, here we go. My dog Keandre said Kirk won't last 2 years with the young dude in there. And Kirk's feeling that heat as well. There's already smoke in the city, man. It's already smoke in the city. Kirk Cousins ain't feeling that pick. They said, I guess they were on the clock, and somebody was like, "Oh yeah, let's call Kirk." Kirk probably answered the phone thinking we got a weapon for you. Like, bro, you ain't gonna believe this. We got Rome Odunze for you, bro. Kirk thought that's the call he was getting. Kirk answered the phone. What's happening? Raheem Morris like, hey, say, bro, you know we love you, but it's a guy out in the West Coast that throws 60-yard piss missiles, man. What you want me to do? That's the call Kirk Cousins got last night. He pissed off. So now he don't like that. And coming off that injury, like I said, when we don't know what his first training camp's gonna look like. With everybody's first impression, man, he might lose that locker room to Michael Penix on day one of the first install. On the first day one install, when he's still kind of hobbled and can't really move and wiggle like he need to, and then meanwhile, Michael Penix is throwing 70-yard strikes with the second unit. Man, look, I'm not mad at the pick at all. I'm not. I can't be mad at it. I ain't gonna lie. So yeah, play now till he's ready. No, I think it's Kirk's gonna play these first 2 years. The first 2 years of that contract are guaranteed for $90 million. So these first 2 years are it. I think this means that, like, when this deal was signed, it was a 4-year contract. So we assumed he would play 3 years. Well, this tells me that the plan for Kirk Cousins is 2 years. I think they're taking a year off of the expectation of Kirk Cousins. Because I don't think anybody realistically imagined they would still keep Kirk in that 4th year, his age 40 season. You know what I'm saying? So I think at best case they were expecting maybe 3 years best case. So now we can cut that down to 2 and probably be better for it at that time as well. Yeah, Brother Red said he's on a guaranteed deal. Atlanta got to pay him no, exactly, they do. That's what I was talking about. So for these first 2 years, and my bad, I might have just seen that comment late. But yeah, that's what I was just saying. Yeah, these first 2 years are guaranteed. So these are Kirk's first 2 years, regardless, unless he's injured. He's got these first 2. But now I think they can get out of that deal in year 3 now if they want to, instead of maybe being kind of pigeonholed into 3 full years of that contract. Now I think this gives them the option to get out after 2. I like it. I'm not gonna lie, man. I like the pick. Nah, you can't let that second year go for free. Hell no. That second year is $40 million, man. Hell no. And Penix is still gonna be so cheap those first 2 years. I think Penix over the first 2 years is gonna be what, $8 million? You know what I'm saying? So they can. And if you got to pay Kirk anyway, you might as well have him there. If you got to give him $40 million either way, then hell yeah, I want his ass behind center. Cutting in the building. CJ, what's happening, man? He said if Penix get the playbook down, the game's going to change. Man, no, not year 1. I don't see any way, barring an injury or setback with the Achilles from Kirk Cousins, barring some style of injury, there's no way Kirk Cousins is in the QB this year. I don't think there's anything Penix could do. I think it's going to be, not to compare these 2 players, but Mahomes and Alex Smith that first year. It was just going to be, Alex was going to have to be so bad before they played. I don't doubt that Patrick Mahomes very soon was clearly the best quarterback on that team during that rookie season. But the plan wasn't, the plan was this was going to be Alex's year. They're going to take their time. I think that's going to be the situation in Atlanta. There's no way that this year isn't Kirk's for sure. No, for sure, yeah, exactly. 2 years. These first 2 years he's got them. Like I said, there's $90 million guaranteed in the first 2. And then I think there's a $10 million injury backup that would kick in for year 3 or something like that. So there's $100 of that money already spent, regardless. So no, he'll definitely be there. But no, ain't no $40 million training vets though. Yeah, by that point, yeah, he gonna be out of that thing. They'll either bite the bullet Yeah, no, they'll probably bite the bullet. I mean, it's just gonna be hard to imagine somebody's gonna carry over a 2 for 80, a deal that has two for no, excuse me, that has two for. Wait a minute. What would the cap? Well, I don't know what the cap is going to be. I wonder what the actual cash would be left on that deal by then. But oh man, I'm sitting here talking. I done probably been missing picks. Somebody let me know. Did I miss some picks while I'm sitting there running my mouth? I just looked at the time. 11:06. Yeah, make sure if there's a pick been made, man, and we ain't talked about it or brought it up. Let me know. I've been sitting there talking too much. Well, no, I don't think they're gonna be losing though, K Rod. Because I think Kirk can play. If Kirk's healthy, he's gonna ball. Don't get it twisted now. If Kirk is healthy, he's gonna ball. They're not gonna be losing. Hell no. Yeah, if they losing, then they got a way bigger issue on their hands at that point. I don't imagine them losing at all. That's why I was saying maybe that's why I can be talked into going ahead and taking them at 8 because I plan on them winning and winning big. That's a weak division. That NFC South, Kirk Cut, they own that division right now. I'm putting them above Derek Carr and the Saints. I mean, I got love for Baker Mayfield, man. Big Bake, man. You know what's going on. I got love for Baker Mayfield, but they not Kirk Cousins and the Falcons with that roster. I'm taking them over the Buccaneers all day long. And then who's left in that division? Who's left in that damn division? NFC South. Who am I missing, y'all? Who am I missing? Y'all ain't no help, man. Oh, Carolina. I'm mad I hurt my brain trying to remember Carolina and then Carolina. So yeah, man, the Falcons about to dominate that division. Falcons are going to dominate that division. The only resistance is going to come from Tampa Bay, and then every now and again maybe a hit or miss Saints team with Carr. We never know how that's going to go. So right then and there they're going to have a home playoff game at least over these next 2 years at the very least. That's a home playoff game. Division winner, that is a home playoff game. Wild card or otherwise, they're going to have a home playoff game for the next 2-3 years guaranteed if Kirk Cousins is healthy. And you can win that first one at home in Atlanta. That's a very, very loud stadium. Raucous fan base. Winning in Atlanta in the playoffs is juiced and as gas as they're going to be as well because they coming off a stretch where they been boo-boo. Man, you know how live Atlanta going to be? Man, they going to be hot Atlanta again. They gonna be hot Atlanta again. How long is it gonna take for Quavo to give Kirk Cousins a chain? Man, y'all stop playing, man. Kirk Cousins be brick squad by end of the week. Y'all stop playing, man. Kirko Chain's about to be back real heavy. Kirko Chain's about to be back real heavy in Atlanta, K-Rock. Y'all sleep, man. Wait till somebody get him some lemon pepper wet. Man, what? Change his life. Man, imagine Kirk Cousins first lunch in Magic City. Come on, man. Kirk finna go crazy. Day one game, Jarrell said Quavo tried to dig himself out that grave. Hey, man. Chris Brown been waiting to be tough for so long. Chris Brown been ready for this. He been ready for any reason to show like I'm tough. He did go crazy though. He did go crazy though. Golly. He did go crazy. Can't deny that. K. Rod said, does he have a winning record in the postseason? All right, he don't. He does not. But that's old. That's old work. That's yesterday's news, man. We looking forward. That division, the NFC North is superior to the NFC South, though. In the NFC North, he wasn't the top gun. He was in the NFC North with Aaron Rodgers, Packers for a long time, with Jared Goff's upstart Detroit Lions. You know what I mean? So they were always kind of battling for second or third in that division. I mean, the Bears, I don't think have necessarily been much of a threat here lately. Cause CJ, yes, cause know what I'm talking about. Kirko Chainz been beat back in these streets heavy, man. Wait till he in a post conference with a Brick Squad chain on, and he tell everybody that he's going to have lunch. He's getting a lemon pepper wet from Magic City. Y'all can holler at him. Okay, the Bills on the clock. Appreciate you cutting. See, look, I'm in here running my mouth and I'm gonna miss the draft. Bills on the clock. Do they go AD Mitchell? Feel like they've been pushing AD Mitchell down the board. Do y'all think AD Mitchell is the pick? I mean, if I was gonna guess a pick, I would assume AD Mitchell. They need a receiver. I would go AD Mitchell or Xavier Leggett's gone. Man, I love Jalen Polk. I don't necessarily think he's the guy that Buffalo needs, but I love Jalen Polk. Y'all think AD Mitchell would be the pick? This is gonna be super early for a guy like Javon Baker. Maybe not super early. I think he's a round 2 player, but I think toward the back half of round 2, I'd be, depending on how the receiver board falls, I start considering Javon Baker in there myself. But K-Rod ate that many wins in Atlanta, get them past round 1. Man, round 1 at home. Let's say the 5 seed could be either the Cal somebody from the NFC East, or who else would be a 5 seed? NFC East. If the Bears and Caleb Williams have a big year, they schedule so soft this year coming up. They fool around and make the playoffs with a decent record. If he goes on a CJ Stroud type of run, which is possible, look at the talent around that team, man. That defense really came into form second half of the year. That offense is getting better and better. Rome Odunze was a terrific pick. The only thing they were missing in that offense was an X receiver. You've got DJ Moore, one of the best Z receivers in the league. You got Keenan Allen, one of the best slot receivers in this league for the last decade. And then, in my opinion, Rome Odunze was the best true X in this draft. I like him at X over Marvin Harrison. I think Marvin Harrison is more of a Z. Neighbors is a Z. Brian Thomas is an X, but I like Rome Odunze over him. That was the best X in the draft, man. So I don't see any weaknesses in that offense. I like that offensive line. I love Darnell Wright. Darnell Wright was my tackle 2 last year. He was almost tackle 1, but I had him at tackle 2. Oh, the pick is in. CJ said, yeah, he thinks he's the receiver Mitchell or one of the kid, or Sanders. Okay, the tight end from Texas. That might be early for that tight end, but the pick is in. Who they got? The pick is in. Chop. My boy Chop back in this thing. What's up, man? Man, you done missed it, boy. They had me on my Kirk Cousins soapbox again, man. Keon Coleman. Hey, let's go, man. Hey, I love that. Hey, I love that. How we feeling? Yes, sir. I like that. Before Keon Coleman name cooled off, I was very big on Keon Coleman early in the process, and then I let the public perception get to me, and then I went back and took a second and a third look at his film and the things that people were complaining about. I started looking at him more harshly. I dropped him down my board. I think I had him at 5 for a long time. I had him at 5 ahead of AD Mitchell. I had AD Mitchell at 6. I had Keon Coleman at 5 for the longest. And then I think Keon Coleman ended up on my board around wide receiver 9, 10, somewhere in there. Cause I think I had Ricky Pearsall at 8, and I think I had moved Keon Coleman to just behind Ricky Pearsall at 8. But I say all that to say I like this pick. Let's go, Keon Coleman. Big body. He's still so young too, man. I think they said that Keon Coleman, he's 19, or maybe he just turned 20. So I mean, he's a very young player. He's still got so much time to develop. He's got a great pause. You know what I'm saying? Pause, whatever. But he's got a great build, 6'3", 215, lean, can jump. He's actually got some real run after catch ability, better than Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, in the open field and with the ball in his hands. Like, he can actually make guys miss a little bit. Once he opens up, he can run away from guys. We've seen that on film. Regardless of what his 40 was, we've seen that on film. Running away from LSU's backfield for what, 40, 50 yards for a touchdown. So he can run when it counts, man. He's still got good high point ability. Now he's not as gifted at the high point as Rome Odunze, but nobody is. Rome Odunze is the best in this draft at that. But he's got that type of ability, though. Strong hands. I like it, man. I like this pick. Brother Red asked if the Bears still got his dude Mooney. Nah, man, Mooney's in. Hey, guess what? You gonna let it? Mooney's in Atlanta having lemon pepper wet wings with Kirko Chains, man. That's where Mooney's at. Mooney's in Atlanta. Him and Kirko having wings right now in Magic City watching the draft. Right now. Passion is in Kirko's lap right now. I'm gonna stop, man. He got a family. I'm gonna stop. I like that Coleman pick. I like it. I really do. I like it, man. And you know what, Chop? I think when we first talked about our receivers, and you had AD Mitchell, I think did we debate Mitchell and Coleman? Did we debate them head to head? I can't remember. I feel like I was debating somebody about Mitchell and Coleman head to head, and I was arguing for Coleman, and now Coleman went ahead of Mitchell. Oh, we got a trade. Patriots trade picks to the Chargers, or trade pick to the Chargers. Who the Chargers coming to get? Oh, Chargers coming to get AD Mitchell. Oh, Brother Red didn't know about that Mooney pickup. Yeah, man, they gave him a decent little contract. I think he got a was it 3 for 39? Oh, Lad McConkey. Lad McConkey to the Chargers. I don't know, man. I wasn't as high on Lad McConkey as a lot of people. I really wasn't. Lad McConkey for me was wide receiver. I mean, he was a round two receiver, but for me, I was like I had him at like wide receiver 14. He was somewhere around 13, 14, 15 for me. I much prefer. I like Jamari Thrash more. I like Malik Washington a little more. Honestly, I like Malik Washington better out of Virginia. I love Jamari Thrash. Jamari Thrash and Malik Washington, they're my two favorite, I guess, sleeper receivers in this whole draft. I like both of them better than Lad McConkey, though. How y'all feel about McConkey to the Chargers? McConkey to the Chargers to be their wide receiver one, because the wide receiver one is definitely not Quentin Johnson. And I don't think it's going to be Josh Palmer. So Lad McConkey, the top option. Especially with AD Mitchell on the board, presumably, unless I missed AD Mitchell getting picked. Just sitting here running my mouth. Let me double check. Let me double check.
As Erica said yesterday, he was 160 pounds as a senior in high school.
Let me check and make sure I didn't miss a pick. Okay, yeah, I was making sure. Okay. Yeah. That's what I wanted to make sure. So Lad over Mitchell. Brother Red said, as far as Lad McConkey doesn't know about him being a legit number one. No, that's my point. I don't see him in that way at all. I don't see him that way at all myself. Oh, hold on. Let me get myself together. Yeah, I also don't see him that way. I don't think he's a two. I think he's a three. I think he's a three. I don't think he's a two. I definitely think he's a slot, but I definitely think he's a volume slot. You've got to be. It's got to be a dedicated offense that really just wants to feature him more. Like I said, more quick hitters, 5 yard, 5 yard F choices, just little 5 yard options. He goes 5 yard, turns around. He either sits, he breaks left, or he breaks right. Type of guy that'll give you, you know what I'm saying, that gets 111 catches, gets a, crazy volume of yards or crazy volume of catches in that manner. I don't know, man. I don't. He ran 4.41, but I don't see him being the deep. Like I don't see him being the deep threat. I don't see it being an actual part of his game. Like I said, at that size, 6 foot 180, running 4.41. If I'm going to give you credit for the 4.41, then I want to see some Troy Franklin in your film. Like I mean, if I'm going to give you credit for 4.41, and there's none of that in there, so that 4.41 is just as good as a 4.5 flat. Brother Red said he could be a young Cooper Kupp. Nah, man, he doesn't have the size or the strength of Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp is well, and I don't know if I can speak for him when he first came in the league, but he definitely was still more stoutly built than Lad McConkey. Lad McConkey is, I don't want to call him frail. What's another word, man, for frail? Lad McConkey is very slightly built. Like Cooper Kupp still has some fullness about him. I don't like Lad Cocky playing through. Like, I think he can be overpowered in his routes by stronger quality press receiver or press corners or people that can stick on him and just keep body on him. Oh, Atlanta's on the clock. The Falcons trade up with the Cardinals. Okay, so they need an edge rusher. They still need an edge rusher, but I'm not sure who's on the board. Well, for me, my next edge rusher, and especially in a 3-4, would be Mo Kamara. I think Mo Kamara is a round 2 player. Now, this is still high. Mo Kamara was my number he was I think my number 49 player on my top 50 big board. I snuck him in there in the bottom of my top 50. I had to. So top of the second round is a little rich even for me. But he's my next edge. Or corner. They also need a corner. Kool-Aid McKinstry. Kool-Aid McKinstry could be a pick here. I like Max Melton a lot. I had Max Melton on par with Terry and Arnold, but I don't think he fits that system. It's Rook Ororo. So they do go front 7, but instead of edge, they go defensive line. Rook Ororo, 6'4", 294 pound defensive lineman from Clemson. I end up coming around on Ororo. This is early for me. He's still raw. So he's got great size and raw athleticism, but he's new to the sport. He's Nigerian. I think he started playing football like in 11th or 12th grade type of thing, something like that. But I just think he's raw. He's undeveloped. He's unrefined. He just has the look. He has the look and play a lot of the times of just like a big, strong, fast athlete that sometimes he gets his motor going in the right way and he can make a great play. But as far as instinct or eyes for the game, he doesn't have that yet. I mean, it's a little early, but talented dude. Raheem Morris is a great defensive coach. Rebuild that defensive line. I think they had Grady Jarrett is still in that line, but man, he's got to be getting up there, man. He's got to be what, 33, 34? Somewhere toward his mid-30s. They had Calais Campbell there for I think a year or two. I'm not sure if they brought him back. I think they may have brought him back on a 1-year deal, but he's what, 37? So there's a couple spaces on that Falcons defensive line that planning ahead, looking ahead for the future. At the very least one. I think they did bring Calais Campbell back. So definitely he will be getting replaced next year if he is in fact gone. So yeah. Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah, I was just talking about it. Yeah, I was just talking about it. I was just saying I think it's early for him as far as where I grade him, but I can see the fit. He's gonna play 5 tech, so he'll be more head up with tackles, which I think is better for him as well because he's got good arm length. Just his build, he's got a tall, long build. Man, hold on, brother Red, man. Did you tell me who was your favorite pick of the night yesterday, man? What was your favorite pick of the night? You too, CJ. Any of y'all in here, man? Let me know. What were some of y'all favorite picks from yesterday? Or the other side, man, some of y'all least favorite picks of yesterday. Talk to me. Also, don't forget, man, make sure y'all tap in on my YouTube as well, man. Subscribe for your dog, man. Hit like on the video. Appreciate all that. Brother Red said his favorite pick of the night was Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 4. I mean, no, that's a great pick. But, I mean, that's a chalk pick, though, man. I mean, that was a chalk pick. But, Marvin Harrison going to 4 to Arizona, I think it been those tea leaves have been read by just about everybody, man. That's chalk, man. Give me another one. I'll give you an example. My very favorite pick of the night was Quinyon Mitchell falling to Philadelphia at 22. I mocked Philadelphia moving up in the draft to draft him. I had them trading up to 16 with Seattle and then getting Quinyon Mitchell. So, like, I definitely liked that combination, to like those two that player and that team's fit, and for them to be able to just sit at 22 and get the best corner in the draft and at the greatest hole on the roster. So you get the best player for your team's biggest need, and you get them at the absolute best value. Didn't have to do anything but just sit there. That's the best draft. That's the best pick of the night, man. That's the best pick of the night. Brother Red said, as far as with Marvin Harrison, he feels he's the best player in the draft. Would have been the best player in last year's draft. I don't think he's the best player in the draft, man. Nah, I don't think he's the best receiver. I got Malik Neighbors was my wide receiver 1. Oh, Johnny Newton off the board. Johnny Newton. Most people's, he was arguably DT1. Some people viewed him as DT1 ahead of Byron Murphy. Me myself, I wasn't as high on Johnny Newton when I watched the film. Like, the highlights are insane, phenomenal. But, like, when I actually watched the games and watched the film, like, man, he is getting washed up and down offensive lines in the run game, man. I mean, he is really getting washed away consistently. But then in the passing situations, I mean, he's special. He's a difference maker. But yeah, man, his run game was terrible. Or there were instances or times where it was explosive, especially if he can, flash into the backfield before anybody gets a hand on him. He's athletic enough to find the ball and make a play. But man, he would just get washed away. Oh man, I got to talking about Johnny Newton. The pick that just happened didn't even, instead of talking about Marvin Harrison. But no, I had Malik Neighbors number 1, man. When I imagine Marvin Harrison is going to be everything as advertised. Marvin Harrison is going to give you 6 catches for 80 yards every week and let's say 0.7 touchdowns. That is consistent Pro Bowl production. You cannot ask for much more. I mean, that he is going to be, he's a B+ across the board in every single category. That's how I feel about him. Oh, Jalen Polk. Let's go. Jalen Polk is one of my absolute guys in this draft. I love this receiver class. Jalen Polk was probably like he felt like he was like my favorite child. He was like my runt. He was the one that I feel like he was just the one that like the most people were just like blah on. And I'm just like, nah, man, look at my baby. He's special. You know what I mean? Like nobody wants to. All my other kids are stars. You know what I'm saying? Then I got my little runt coming along. I'm like, nah, he's good too. Love Jalen Polk. Nah, cousin, that's a good one as well. Laiatu Latu being the first defensive player selected. Yeah, no, that was a crazy stat as well. Like, man, we really went that far. I mean, but that, Like it was known that this draft was going to be definitely offense forward, and there was talk that it was expected that the first 10 guys are going to be offensive. That was expected. The first shot that anybody gave a defensive player was Atlanta at 8. And so it was looking like maybe one defensive player in the top 10 was what it was looking like. But to go all the way to 15, man. And honestly, I enjoyed most all the. I think there was only like 3 truly terrible. No, there were 2. Okay, no, I'm gonna think about that. My least favorite pick of the night, I'll say that. Hands down, my least favorite pick of the night was Brock Bowers going 13 to the Raiders. Oh my God. And it's not at all about Brock Bowers. It's not at all about Brock Bowers. Let me take this gum out of my mouth. Because I love Brock Bowers as a prospect and as a player. He was a top 10 player on my big board. He was a top 5 player on my big board. I think he was player number 5. He was number 4. My big board went Caleb Williams, Malik Neighbors, Marvin Harrison, and then Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers was the next guy in this draft because I thought he was a truly 1-for-1 player in this draft. He was a truly 1-for-1 player in this draft. So I love Brock Bowers, the player. I hate that pick for the Raiders. And I can tell, and it's an obvious just best player available pick because, like I said, roster be damned. We're going down a list of best players in the draft. He would have been the highest guy on my board. He was the highest guy, but that was an instance in which there were other blue chip players available that were still great value. So you're not losing on the value, right? So it's still great value as far as in relation to your big board. But then also, it also doubles the value because if it's a great player for that pick and it fits a team need, so you get a great player for a great price and it fits a team need, that's the trifecta. They had an opportunity to do that and get a blue chip player in this draft. They could have got Talisi Fuaga. Talisi Fuaga would have been a home run A+ pick. That's the pick that's my most favorite mock for them was Talisi Fuaga, and that's if Michael Penix wasn't available. If Michael Penix was available, I generally put him with the Raiders, and not just for the last 4 days when it got popular. Like this has been me this is where I've been here the whole time. So yeah, I either had Penix going to the Raiders, or if not Penix, then it'd be Fuaga. So, man, I would have loved that Fuaga pick. And they got a need for it, man. The right side of their offensive line is terrible. They lost a bad right tackle in free agency. Jermaine Illuminor. Maybe I shouldn't say bad. They lost a below average right tackle in free agency. I'm trying to remember where he went. I can't even remember where he went, but Jermaine Illuminor is gone. Your right guard, he was bad. Whoever he was below average, and he's gone. And so Talisi Fuaga could feel it. He fills both of those needs, depending on which way you want to put him. So he could fill that right guard need. He could fill that right tackle need. And I think, honestly, I like him at tackle. And I like him at tackle for certain teams. A team like the Raiders, I like him for tackle at. A team like my Steelers, I like him for tackle for us because what we're going to do. Like zone running teams, he's perfect. He's the best run blocker in this draft, hands down, bar none. And then on top of that, going deeper into just run block, he's the best zone run blocking tackle in his draft, bar none, hands down. As well. I mean, you know what I mean? So, like, I love that fit. No, I love Polk. Like I said, yeah, Polk to the Patriots. I was talking about him a minute ago too. Yeah, no, I love that pick. Polk was one of my guys, man. He finished wide receiver 6 for me. I moved him all the way up to 6. I couldn't help myself. I had A.D. Mitchell at 5. I had Polk at 6. Leggett at 7, Pearsall at 8. I think then I had Kenyon Coleman at 9, and then I have either Jamari Thrash or Javon Baker at 10. Though Jamari Thrash and Javon Baker are 10 or 11 in some order. I keep going back and forth on them, but that's how my big board fell for receivers. So I love Polk. I had him as a top 40 player in the draft as well on my big board. He's a top 40 player. I thought there was a chance that maybe Kansas City might kind of take a little peek at him at 32, but I didn't think they'd actually want to draft him at 32. I was trying to see if I could squeeze him into the bottom of my first round, honestly. But nothing quite lined up for him. But he's definitely a top 40 player. Top to second is exactly where I have him. Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'll tell you who he reminds me of, and I've said this as well for a while, but he gives me it's a combination of players. He gives me shades of Amon-Ra St. Brown, who just got paid, just got cashed out, 77 million guaranteed. He reminds me of a blend of Amon-Ra St. Brown and Terry McLaurin. Like, so Terry McLaurin, the way he plays the ball above the rim. Like, Jalen Polk can go get it now. Like, he can jump high points with the best of them. Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, Marvin. I'll give it to Marvin as well. And Keon Coleman. Now Marvin and Brian Coleman aren't as, I guess, consistent as Rome Odunze by far, but Jalen Polk can go get it, man. He can jump. He's got a 40-inch vertical anyway. I don't know what it tested. It looks like a 40 when I see him on film. It's a 40 on film, and he can. It sometimes feel like he can just kind of hold himself in the air while he's waiting on the ball. You know what I mean? Or twist himself and then freeze and like, man, yeah. It gives me Terry McLaurin vibes, man, making him go up and get the ball. Then the rest of his game puts me in the mind of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Average speed, average size. He's 6 foot, 200 pounds. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he doesn't stand out in any size, weight, height, weight, speed metric. But he's got excellent toughness. Excellent toughness. Jumps out on the film. And he's just got good savviness. He's got savviness to his route running. Because like I said, he's not overly agile. He's not overly fast, not overly quick. But he's got good timing, good pace. That's what I mean when I say like good savviness to his route running. Man. Yeah, I really like Jalen Polk. Oh, T'Vondre Sweat off the board, man. It was looking like T'Vondre Sweat was going to fall. In this draft. He was a guy where I think he was when you just look at him independently of his circumstance and everything else, I think he is a round 2 player for sure. When I first started this process, he was a round 2 guy, and he was tackle 2. Like when on my first run through watching film, you're just going down guys. It was T'Vondre Sweat. It was Byron Murphy, T'Vondre Sweat. Because I had to come around on Johnny Newton. I was not impressed. Outside of the highlights, like his down for down film, I was just at times disgusted. Maybe that's a little strong, but anyway. But T'Vondre Sweat, 6'4", 360 pounds. I mean, these guys, we see a lot of these guys in college that aren't able to translate that success as a big athletic, so to say, big man, and get into the league and maintain that level of play. So like guys like Haloti Ngata is the gold standard for these oversized nose techs. 6'4", 360. Like Haloti Ngata I don't think he was even 360. I think he's probably 6'4", 340, 345, but a massive defensive tackle who was athletic, a freak of nature style athlete for that size. So, like, that's the gold standard. And there's been a couple guys that come in and are able to kind of play like that as well. But Vita Vea is a guy like the closest thing we have to that in the league right now is Vita Vea. Vita Vea and Dexter Lawrence are the closest we have to like that Haloti Ngata style of play. And Vita Vea is that's probably a bad example because that's very he's barely over the line, like I said, because sometimes he shows up in that manner, but it's inconsistent. So Dexter Lawrence is who I should have used in that reference. But I was getting on the other side of that coin. For every Dexter Lawrence, there's a Not Danny Watkins, Danny Brown, the big tackle from Washington that got drafted early by the Browns. You know what I mean? So for every Dexter Lawrence, there's 4 Danny Browns. There was another one around that time as well. I'm trying to think of. Man. No, Danny Shelton. That's his name. Danny Shelton. Yeah. Yeah, no, I like Swift's film. I think on my ranking he finished at tackle. I want to say tackle 6, interior tackle 6 or 7. I had Byron Murphy, Johnny Newton, Darius Robinson. I rated him both as an edge and as a tackle. I think he is going to play more toward the interior. He's that tweener 5. He's that 5 tech. He's the perfect 5 tech in this draft for me. But I had him 3. Then number 4 for me, I had Chris Jenkins. I loved Chris Jenkins' film. Or I really enjoyed Chris Jenkins' film. I should say that. And he made my top 50. He was my 50th player on my big board. I had to squeeze him in. I had to squeeze him and Mo Kamara in. They were 49 and 50. So I really like Chris Jenkins' film. I think 5, I end up going, my final board, I moved it around a little bit. Those 4 I had felt pretty good about, pretty solid about them. 5 through 10, I mixed around quite a bit, but I think 5 was Michael Hall Jr. from Ohio State. And I think 6 was either T'Vondre Sweat or damn, I can't remember. But he was somewhere around that 6, 7, 8 range. And what's crazy? Before I had him, I had done some 2-round mocks, and it just hit me. I was mocking T'Vondre Sweat to Tennessee when I was doing 2-round mocks. I really was. But then he got in trouble for a DUI like 2 weeks ago. And so people were already questioning, like, realistically, how much can he play in the league? Is he a 30 snap a game guy? Like, how high do we draft a guy who's going to play 30 snaps maybe? You know what I mean? And if, depending on how a game is going, he may not be of use for a whole half of a game. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so there were already questions. They were thinking maybe people were going to think, okay, yeah, maybe it's more so a 3rd round, or depending on the team, a specific need, maybe bottom of the 2nd, but maybe more so into the 3rd. Then he gets the DUI. So now he's got character concerns. You know what I mean? And then you start hearing about stuff where, oh, well, he had a reputation for partying and da-da-da-da. Like, these things start coming out now. So now it's like, well, damn, if he was a borderline 3, now he's a 4. So to see him going to the top of the second, I said that to say, to see him go at the top of the 2nd, I'm happy for him, man. Like I said, he's still good. I'll give everybody 1. You know what I mean? I'll give everybody 1, and that's his 1. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to say that this is anything other than a night of poor judgment. But, you know what I'm saying? You have 2, now it's a pattern. I'll give you 1, but 2's on you, man. So right now he's got his 1, so I'm happy for him. And I like that fit. Like I said, I had mocked him there playing on the inside next to Justin Simmons in that defensive front. I like that. And then Braden Fisk, I saw he just went as well. I wasn't a big Braden Fisk guy. He's another guy, man, that's similar to Johnny Newton. Man, he's a liability in the run game, man. It's far too often that he's getting washed. Man, he's a fiery, explosive. I mean, he's a fire plug. You know what I mean? Like, he's a spark, but there is not enough flame, man. He is a spark. Some people spark. Some people. Byron Murphy is a flame. You know what I mean? Byron Murphy's a flame, man. Braden Fisk is a spark. He may. Man, you got to beat that rock against that flint for a little while, man, for that spark catch flame, man. This is way early for me. For a guy who's going to be rotational pass rusher at best. For a guy that's going to be a rotational pass rusher at best, this is way high for me on Braden Fisk. Oh, CJ said, "What do I think of Pearsall going to the Niners?" I love the fit. I had started mocking receiver to the Niners in my last couple draft mocks that I went through. But honestly, I had them, a surprise pick I had them going was Xavier Worthy. I don't know how I talked myself into Xavier Worthy, but Xavier Worthy is the guy I've been talking myself into for the Niners at 31 as a nice kind of surprise to the end of the draft. But so receiver doesn't shock me. I was shocked that it was Pearsall just because I just didn't think that realistically Pearsall was going to go in the first round. But I love the fit. I love the fit of Pearsall to the Niners for sure. And I think it's good. I think his skill set lends him to, he's a good amalgamation. That's a good word for y'all. He's a good amalgamation of Brandon Ayuk and Debo. Because I think he offers explosive route savviness like a Brandon Ayuk, but then he also offers like explosive. I think he's got shifty run after catch ability as well. So it's a different style of run after catch that Debo offers because it's not physical in your face. I'm a running back, part-time running back now, and I can run through some. But some of y'all, it's not that type of run after catch, but it's more get it to me quick. He's got great short area agility to make that first guy miss, and then he can wiggle a little bit after that. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily think he plays to the 4.41 he ran at the combine. Was it the combine or his pro day? No, I think it was combine 4.41. Yeah. So I don't think he plays to that, but he does play pretty quick. If you'd have told me he ran a 4.45, I wouldn't doubt you. You know what I mean? And so the 4.41 is like, oh wow, he runs 4.41. But if you'd have told me 4.45, I'm like, yeah, because he's fast. He's definitely quick. He's definitely shifty. And he's just fast enough to say, like, no, yeah, he's fast. Like, he just crossed the line of, yeah, he's fast versus you telling us, like, yeah, no, he's really quick. Like, he's just over the really quick line and just into the fast line. So I like it. Little early, but I like it as far as a fit. I think that might have been the best fit for them in this entire draft. For, like, what they go for. I really think that might have been the best fit for them for what they go for, the archetype of their receiver. And I graded all these picks as well. I sat around grading all these picks as well. I think after the draft, I'm going to do some like post-draft follow-up and recap style of videos and stuff. So y'all make sure y'all tap in with your dog. Matter of fact, it's probably a good time to remind y'all, go ahead and move over to my YouTube for me so you can subscribe and like the video over there as well. So, but yeah, man, I'm going to have a lot of post-draft content. So I imagine one of the first videos I'm going to do after draft weekend is probably just going to be a grades recap, go through and grade every pick, give my thoughts just on the first round, not the second round, but yeah, grade my picks and, just talk about them. Some of the stuff we talked about tonight, probably recap it or maybe do like make it a real segment. Top 3 favorite picks of the night, worst or least favorite, my 3 least favorite picks of the night, stuff like that. Most surprising pick, most disappointing pick. Go through all those categories, that that type of video. So y'all make sure to stay tuned for that, man. K-Rock in this thing, man. Appreciate you, big dog, man. Yeah, give me those YouTube likes. I wish YouTube was able to like count my views on Twitter and Facebook as well, but it may be more of y'all combined than just YouTube is registering for me. So yeah, it always helps when y'all can get on that YouTube for sure. Don't forget to like them when y'all get over there too. But yeah, man. CJ said that 4.41 surprised him as well. No, I did. I don't think anybody had him moving that fast. Him and Ladd McConkey both. So that means that Ladd McConkey actually ran like 4.39. I think one of them ran 4.41, one of them ran 4.39 if I'm not mistaken. So that means Ladd ran 4.39. I don't see that at all. I don't think he looked faster than Ricky Pearsall, and I thought Pearsall ran like 4.45. Now I thought Ladd ran like just like a higher 4.4. Like you told me Ladd McConkey ran 4.47. I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see that because he's got good speed, but I don't see 4.39 burner speed though. Because if that was the case, he would have. I think there's the route I always think about is him against Terrion Arnold in the Alabama game. He's in a slot. He just runs a dagger or he runs a deep end. And so he fires upfield. He's moving quick. Kool-Aid McKinstry just got drafted. Speaking of Alabama, but he's running a dagger from the right slot, and 12 yards, hard, sharp, crisp cut to the left to break in on his dig, and Kool-Aid is just blanketed him. You know what I mean? And so one of the things that I didn't like about, not Kool-Aid, Terrion Arnold is blanketing him. And honestly, it was a good ball from Carson Beck. I'm trying to remember. I don't think he caught it. I think Terrion Arnold stayed on him and was in phase and played the ball at the catch point for an incompletion, if I remember right. But the thing about that route that I always come back to is, like, for one, his timing tells me he's quite a bit faster than Terrion Arnold. 4.51 versus 4.39, if I'm going to believe that time. Then also with his route running ability, because he runs great routes. And that's what I had this talk with somebody when I said that Marvin Harrison runs better routes than Neighbors, but Neighbors is the better separator. And then somebody was like, well, nah, you the best separator, running the best, being the better route runner means you're the best separator. I'm like, nah, man, it's a different category. Ladd McConkey runs excellent routes. He doesn't always separate, because it was an excellent route. Man, it was razor sharp. You know what I'm saying? He didn't get overly choppy at the top of that route, at the top of that route before he made his break. And so it was great. But man, Terrion Arnold was wearing him like a shirt. And the thing about Terrion Arnold that I felt like I saw in his film when he had to deal with like fast, speedy receivers, I feel like his feet getting a little mud at the top of routes. I feel like he has to, instead of giving me a quick pat, a quick two, and boom, I'm right back in hip, I'm back in phase. Man, that 2-3 turns into 3-4. I think he gets a little sticky at the top of them routes, man. But he's got really good short area burst and agility. So once he gets out, he's moving. But man, I think he gets a little choppy at the top of the route, at those route breaks at the top. And I think sometimes he gets a little handsy as well, because he's guarded of speed, because he knows better than any of us. He's a 4.5 guy. And so I think he can get a little handsy sometimes, especially if you continue and you go vertical, and if you get an early jump. It makes you think about the terrible pass interference call against A.D. Mitchell in that Texas game. The double pass, A.D. Mitchell with the stop and go double move on that double pass. Xavier Worthy threw a dime. It was Xavier Worthy who threw that dime to A.D. Mitchell. Should have been a touchdown, at the very least a 40-yard completion right on Terrion Arnold's head top, man. And then Terrion Arnold instead gets a hold of his shoulder pad and never lets go. You know what I mean? It gets a bad flag there. So, yeah. My dog Chop, man, I'm sitting here rambling, man. Y'all got to cut me out. My dog Chop said the Eagles is cooking in that DB room. Yeah, getting Quinyon Mitchell, and didn't they get Cooper DeJean? Or did they get DeJean, or did they get Kool-Aid McKinstry? I've been sitting here talking. Let me check. I'm tripping. Yeah, Cooper DeJean to the Eagles. And what's funny, I had Cooper DeJean going to the Eagles in some of my mock drafts. I had him going to the Eagles, but then I ended up moving him back from the Eagles pick to the Packers. Because the more I thought about it, I wasn't sure I liked him. If he's gonna be with the Eagles, it means to me he's a safety. I don't necessarily want him at corner in this Vic Fangio scheme, because it's a lot more cover 4 shell coverage, and in the cover 4, the safeties are the force players, and so the corners are definitely going to be normally going to be the ones who stay back, and the safeties are more run support physical style, or they have more of that responsibility. And so I'd rather be the other way around. That means he's going to be a safety. Like I like him as a safety in that scheme. Uses eyes. He plays and tracks the ball the best in his class as far as a DB who can track and play the ball. I think it's Cooper DeJean. So I think those eyes definitely help at safety, and also letting him know when I think his tackling or run defense was a little overblown, just on a snap for snap, play for play basis. But there are signs and flashes there that he can be a an enforcer in the run. Or it's in them to be a difference maker in the run game. There's that in there, but yeah. Day one game, Jarrell feeling the pick, man. He said we finna be dangerous. Oh, it's we now. He was real quiet a minute ago, Chop. Now it's we now. His Eagles go DB and DB back to back, and now it's we finna be dangerous again. Hey, he put them boys in the closet at the end of last season, didn't he, Chop? Didn't he put them on timeout, man? I thought he locked them Eagles in the basement at the end of last season. Chop, remember? Now it's we again, Chop. Now it's we again. That's funny. Yeah, that Cooper DeJean pick is nice. I like it at safety. Like I said, I like it at safety. Hey, didn't he though? Didn't he? He said, hey, man, day one game, Jarrell got ghosts on us for a little bit, man. It was like 3 episodes in, I think, and then I was like doing shout-outs. I'm like, man, hold on, man. Man, where day one game Jarrell been at? We ain't seen you. Hey, boy, where you been? Where you been, boy? He didn't want to show his face. Hey, Baker beat them Eagles in the playoffs, man, and day one game thought about unfollowing me. When Baker Mayfield beat the Eagles, man, I almost lost day one game, man. He was gonna block me and everything, man. The Saints got Kool-Aid McKinstry. I like that. But yeah, man, he was gonna. And then the Texans got Kamari Lassiter. Ooh, I wasn't that high on Kamari Lassiter because like I said, I think he's. I don't like him on the outside. I think he's gonna have to play slot, but he's a zone slot. I know that he played a lot of press at Georgia, but he can't stay outside. He's got to be inside, and he's not shifty or agile enough to kind of run and deal with these guys on the inside. So I think he's a zone slot. So for the Texans in that defense that they're going to run, that's that 49ers defense, and it is more of a zone defense, and so a physical zone defense. He's a physical zone corner. Think about the guys they got in San Francisco now. I can't ever say his first name, man. The dude Numenor. Y'all got to hold on for a second. Somebody's knocking at my door. Hold on. All right, family. My bad. I got a surprise guest. Little sister dropped by. Watched day 2 of the draft with a big bro. So she says, "What's up, everybody?" He said, "Hey, day one gay said we gotta chill on him, man. We going to." He said, "We gotta chill on him." There we go. Yeah, my dog. She might be. Hey, day one gang Jarrell said, "What's up, sis?"
What's up, Jarrell?
Yeah, he said, "What's up?" She said, "What's up, back?" Hey, matter of fact, hey, day one gang Jarrell, man, you about to be a moderator, big dog. Come on, man. Ask me, you don't be over here tripping. Girl, it don't matter. I can't talk to you. Don't talk to me. You see my sister trying to distract me like she don't know I'm doing something. I tell you. Golly. Girl, be quiet. Jesus. Driving me crazy. Okay. Hold on real quick. Day one game, Jarrell. Man, it's only right. You're going to be my first moderator, big dog. Man, we had to get your stripes, my boy. Hold on, man. We got to get your wings. Got to get your wings, day one game, Jarrell. My dog. Matter of fact, man, let me. Hey, wait till I get my soundboard together, man. It should have been a round of applause right now for Day One Game Jarrell, man. He done got his wings today. There you go, sis. Man, Day One Game got his wings today, man. Hey, Kiara, what's the movie where buddy was like Deuce here? What's that movie? Yeah, what's that movie, man?
OG Bobby Johnson.
What's that movie with OG Bobby Johnson, man? Day One Game Jarrell just got his black heart, man.
South Central.
South Central.
Yeah, South
Have y'all seen South Central when OG Bobby Johnson got put on the set, man? Day One Game Jarrell just got put on, man. Day One Game Jarrell just got put on, man. For sure. Let me see, man. Hold on. Let me update my draft board, see what's going on. It said the Raiders pick is in. Who'd the Cardinals pick? Oh, okay. Yeah, PFF I think is a little early. Oh, there's Jackson Powers Johnson. Oh, there's Jackson Powers Johnson. Fell a little bit. Went a little later than was anticipated. This is a guy whose name cooled all the way up off. This is a guy whose stock plummeted in the last 2 weeks of the draft season, man. This guy was the draft darling for the first 3 months of draft season. From the end of bowl season, from January through to end of March, like just in April, from the end of bowl season in January to early April, this was the draft darling, bar none. Jackson Powers Johnson, center from Oregon, was the draft darling. Once he went to the Senior Bowl and showed out, once he went to the Senior Bowl and showed his ass, man, y'all hear me? Once he went to the Senior Bowl and start putting grown men on the shelf, sitting boys down. Come here, 320-pound human. Boom, sit right here because I put you there. When I tell you was out there moving furniture at the Senior Bowl, man, this dude shout out the truck. This guy right here was being talked about as a top 20 player on big boards, as high as a mid first round pick. And then from there, things kind of settled in. He was definitely looked at as a player that my Steelers were definitely linked to be thought to be a team that was going to be very high on him at 20. So anywhere from 20 from starting at 16 with Seattle, who has a great need at interior offensive line, center and both guards, could use an upgrade. So starting as high as 16 to Seattle, and then at worst case 24 to Dallas. 16 to 24 was his draft range for 3 months. And then in the last 2 weeks, a couple medicals supposedly come back, a couple questions there, and Bob's your uncle. Now he's a solid second round pick. It's still early. It's a mid second round pick, man. It's a mid second round pick. From mid first to mid second, he dropped a full round's worth of grade, or he dropped a full round from his probably original grade. Keandre said, "What's up, classmate?"
What's up, Ken? I just seen on the thing that he was in. I saw Kendra.
Yeah, she said she just seen your name on the in the chat. She said, "What's up?" Yeah.
I just did.
Adrian Cooper just went off the board as well. Adrian Cooper for me, man. Maybe I'm just hard on linebackers because I'm telling you, man, like it's these guys. Oh man, I've been talking to y'all. I didn't miss the. Wait a second. Max Melton went to the Cardinals at 43. Y'all didn't tell me? I love Max Melton. Max Melton is he was my number 3 corner in this draft. I love Max Melton. I had Max Melton above Terrion Arnold, above Kool-Aid McKinstry, above Cooper DeJean. Call me crazy. He was behind Quinyon Mitchell at 1, Nate Wiggins 2. Max Melton was 3 for your boy. I had mock drafts where I had him going 16 to the Jaguars. I was tripping a little bit. I had drafts with him going 23 to the Vikings if they had kept the pick and wanted a corner. Man, I had him going 30 to the Ravens, 32 to the Chiefs. There's tons of places I thought Max Melton could sneak into this first round, man. And he goes at 43 to the Cardinals. I love that pick. The Cardinals secondary is disastrous. I liked in the draft last night for them, if Darius Robinson, I liked the Darius Robinson pick. I had also mocked him there in some iterations if they missed out on Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold was a popular pick for them, for me, when I was doing my mock drafts. But Terrion goes, Detroit trades up, of course, to 24 and gets Terrion Arnold. So with him being gone, I like the Darius Robinson pick. I think if Chop Robinson was there, that could have been an interesting pick for them as well. But he was already gone, 21 to the Dolphins. And so those were the 3 picks I had in mind for them based on the anticipated picks when I was mocking this thing out. So they got one of the guys I had teed up for them. So I like it. And now to get Max Melton at 43, man, I love that. Stud. Jackson Powers goes to the Raiders. That's a great pick for the Raiders, man. They definitely need it. I think he's probably gonna play guard. I think they've got a center. Who's the center for the Raiders? I got to look it up now. Shout out to our lads. I know everybody. I know we all use the same site. If you're not using our labs for depth chart, you tripping. I don't know if you're a nerd enough, man. I don't know if you're a football nerd enough if you don't know who about our lads for depth charts. D-Dot, man, what's going on, man? You see I'm dressed for success, baby. You see I'm dressed for success, baby. Come on, man. You know the nation in the building, man. The almighty, man. The almighty nation, man. Y'all stop playing. Come on, man. D-Dot know what's going on, man. Yeah, man, this board looking lovely, man. This board looking lovely for us, man. We're going to get a good pick. We're going to get a good one, boy. Zach Frazier's still on the board. Jackson Powers just went. Man, we get Zach Frazier, man. I'm ready to boogie. We get Zach Frazier, man. We can boogie. Andre James is the center for the Raiders. Then they've got Dylan Parham at right guard. I think he came over from the Chargers. Left guard. Oh, look, they've already got – our lads don't play. When the man get drafted? The man got drafted 7 minutes ago. Our lads got the site is up, man. The site is already updated right now. Left guard, Jackson Powers Johnson. You damn right, our lads. Damn, they cold. They got to put me on the payroll, man. They got to put me on the payroll when I'm singing their praises. But yeah. So I like that pick. I liked him at guard. Dare I say, I think I was really centers generally more valuable, but man, in my heart of hearts, I really kind of preferred him at guard. I'm not gonna lie to you. No, the perfect pick I had for Jackson Powers for me for the longest, for months and months. I never really liked him for Pittsburgh. I'm not gonna lie, because I didn't love his center film. I wasn't in love with the center film. I'd say it's good, but I didn't love it at center. So I was never big on him for us. But I thought Dallas was going to be a big destination for him. But the Eagles, I thought the Eagles at guard, I loved that fit. Because Cam Jurgens is anticipated to move over to his natural position of center to replace Jason Kelce. And so they've got Tyler Steen, I think, was the next guard slated to fill in. I'm like, maybe Tyler Steen is okay. He was a big body guard from Alabama, but doesn't move the needle for me. Jackson Paris Johnson comes in. He's my starting left guard right now today, and we can boogie. Come on, man. Jackson Paris Johnson on the other side of Landon Dickerson. Nah, nasty that man. Nah, man, stop playing with me. Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson on the outside. Come on, man. I thought 23 to the Eagles was a terrific fit for Philadelphia. But I say all that to say, you know what I'm saying? Things change, and now he goes 44 to the Raiders, and they get a stud at guard. I love it. I love it. Our D-Dot said he just got to the crib. What number is our pick? 51. Unless we trade up, we pick 51. And so right now, Jonathan Brooks, the first running back of the night, drafted by Carolina. And that was pick 46. Man, I'm watching so many different versions of this. I think Tyler Nubin just went to the Giants, and I think actually it's on pick 48, the Jaguars. And so it's 3 picks until the Steelers pick. Yeah, it's 3 picks until our pick. I really like that Max Melton Cardinals pick. I do. That secondary was atrocious. I really like that Jackson Paris Johnson pick to the Raiders at 44. Man, that is terrific value. I know he's got some injury stuff that popped up, and I think they said Dallas really didn't like him down here in Dallas. They say he was terrible in the meetings down here. The Packers get Edgerrin Cooper. First linebacker goes. My thoughts on him were up and down. Jonathan Brooks, running back from the Texans, he goes to the Panthers. Or from Texas, he goes to the Panthers. Giants get Tyler Nubin. I wasn't as high on Tyler Nubin either. Just a below average athlete. Then, yeah, Jaguars are 48, Bengals 49, Commanders 50, Steelers 51. Hey, we can get Frazier. We can get Frazier, man. Hold on now. You tell me I got Troy Fautanu at left tackle and Zach Frazier at center, and we back. We all the way back. Y'all better stop playing, man. Y'all better not. Oh, man, and the receivers that are still on the board. Hold on. Let me check the big board and see who's available here. Zach Frazier is definitely still on the board. Bleacher Report had him ranked as their 26th player. That's wildly high. That's way high for Zach Frazier. Respectfully. He made my top 50, but I think he's like 40. He's like 45 or 46. They got him at 26. That's way high. His stock went way up. Messiah Smith, defensive tackle from LSU, just got drafted. I liked his film. I came around on his film. My Steelers were interested in him probably in the 3rd round. I think he's got potential. We haven't seen the best ball for him. He's a 5-tech is what he is. And so he's 6'6", 315. I think he needs to play more so in the 5-tech. He's got a tall, long-limbed frame. And I think 5-tech is where I would like. Because I don't necessarily think he's an overly talented pass rusher. Like at that size, you need to be Chris Jones. You know what I mean? Like real pass rush quickness and ability. And I don't think he necessarily is that type of athlete. So I think he's more 5-tech than 3. Or 1 for that matter, too, because I don't think he's necessarily doesn't play with great leverage. He's not overly powerful at the point as far as holding a double. So like I said, I think he's a 5-tech. But yeah, Zach Frazier, Cooper Beebe, Cam. I love Cam. I really like Cam Kitchens. I don't know why the draft public just wasn't feeling Cam Kitchens. Cam Kitchens was my safety 1 for a long time. Until I moved Cooper DeJean to safety. Cooper DeJean became my safety 1. Cam Kitchens was my safety 2. I love Cam Kitchens' game, man. There's parts of his game or the way he moved or looked in his Miami jersey, and it's not the same team, but something about watching Cam Kitchens' game and watching him play put me in the mind of Eric Berry at Tennessee. Like the way I think his build, maybe the way he looks in his uniform, I think he's got a similar build. Nowhere near the athlete Eric Berry was, but an aggressive ball hawk, also very aggressive in run support. But I just think very Diet Cola versions of Eric Berry, man. That's what he gave me shades of when I seen him. Man, it's a lot of good ones on here. Jalen McMillan, he's number 4. I wasn't as high on Jalen McMillan. I was way higher on Polk than I was McMillan. I think Jalen McMillan was like receiver 17 for me. Which in this class is still a good grade. My top 21 guys, I ranked 21 guys, and I watched several more. I probably watched enough to like 25, 26, but I ranked 21 of them because I think these are all 21 are definite guys that could be drafted in the first 3 rounds. And honestly, I probably could have squeezed 1 or 2 more in there. Like I could have squeezed a couple more guys into that 3rd round. But I felt like if I'd have kept going with receiver, I'd have got to 30. Like I wouldn't have stopped. Like it was so many receivers in this class. Roman Wilson, my Steelers have been linked to him. I'm not high on Roman Wilson either, man. I got him below Jalen McMillan. I think Jalen McMillan was 17. Roman Wilson, I think, was 18. Then 19 is Malachi Corley. I was low on him. 20, I think, was either Wilson from Florida State or Walker from Carolina. But who else is on the board? Yeah. Is A.D. Mitchell really going to fall to my Steelers? Are we going to let him? Will we let him go? Will we pass A.D. Mitchell? I saw Chris Jenkins just was drafted not long ago. That's my 4th tackle. He was number 50 on my big board, so I really like that pick. I think that's great, a great pick and great value. The value lines up for me. Troy Franklin, I wasn't that high on. He's wide receiver 16 for me. And let me see. D-Dot, man, I don't know if you how much of the draft you caught yesterday, man. What was your favorite pick yesterday? Who was your favorite pick of round 1? All right, yeah, Cincinnati. Oh, man, that's a great. Man, I saw Chris Jenkins that got drafted, and I liked the pick regardless because I really enjoy his films. So I really liked the pick, but I don't know why I didn't realize it was the Bengals. Damn, that's a good pick for the Bengals. I had the Bengals going D-tackle in round 1. I had them going Byron Murphy for a long time. And then once Byron Murphy started moving up draft boards, I had the Byron Murphy going earlier myself, and then I put Johnny Newton in that spot. I thought Johnny Newton would go in the 1st round, and the Bengals just have an obvious defensive tackle need, so I gave them one of the 2 anticipated 1st-round tackles. They end up going offensive tackle in the 1st round with Armarius Mims. I love that pick. I loved Armarius Mims. He was my tackle 3. He was my tackle 3 behind J.C. Latham 1, Joe Alt 2. I had Armarius Mims 3. So I love that pick for them at 18. So you get my tackle 3, my offensive tackle 3, my defensive tackle 4, both of them top 50 players on my board. I love that pick. That's a great pick for the Bengals. And you know what? And they got him at pick 49. He's 50 on my big board. He's number 50 on my big board. And they drafted him at pick 49. Boy, I might be on to something. Y'all stop playing now. I might be on to something, man. I don't know. Y'all might want to listen. Y'all might want to, hey, D-Dot, man, y'all might want to subscribe to their YouTube for me, man. I don't know. You might want to like them videos for your dog, man. Go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube and like your dog's video, man. Need that. Our pick coming up, man. We 2 picks away, baby. Washington at 50 is on the clock, and then it's them boys, those guys. The Steelers at 51, and we got options, man. We got options, man. Come on now. He said a favorite pick was our pick, of course. Hey, no doubt, man. It was a very good pick. Troy Fautanu following us at 20, man. I didn't see it happening. I played around with it. I had a couple times where I would let Fautanu get past us at 20, but it's hard not to put him right there at 21 with Miami. It was hard not to put. I don't think he got past Dallas at 24. I like him with the Eagles at 22 in their original spot. I could have seen him going to the Eagles. Like, it was just hard for him to get to. If he gets past us, he's not going far. But I didn't think he'd get past us. I didn't think he'd get past the Saints at 14. I thought he was going to be in play for the Saints at 14. And if he got past the Saints, I didn't think he'd get past Seattle at 16. He was going to have to play guard there, but his offensive coordinator from college is the new offensive coordinator for the Seahawks. So I thought he would probably not get past 16 if he's on the board. And they have a need for interior offensive line. So he's a left tackle, but a lot of the draft community liked him as a guard. So it's thought that he can slide in and play guard. Some people even said maybe even center. Some people think he could play all 5 positions. And so I didn't think he would make it past us. I had him going to the Rams at a certain point because I think they can finish their offensive line redo. Their overhaul of their offensive line is complete. They got Troy Fautanu at 19. I was telling my dog Chop that yesterday. You still got Rob Haverstein as the veteran in that group at right tackle, right guard. You move right guard Steve Avila to center. You bring over, I think, Jonah Jackson from the Lions. And then you still got Alaric Jackson at left tackle, who's a restricted free agent. So I was like, nah, man, Troy Fautanu at left tackle is the perfect finishing touch to that offensive line for the Rams. So 19, it was the fact that he fell all the way to us at 20 fits a position of need. He was a top 20 player on my big board for sure. I want to say he was between 15 and 20. So overall value, I think we still did a little better on the value. I had him above 20. I think I had him closer to like 16, 17, 18. He was somewhere right in that mix. So it's an A player, an A team need, and an A value. So it was a great pick across the board for me too. Mikey Sanders still goes to Washington. Okay. So the kind of smaller nickel corner from Michigan, very popular in draft circles. I wasn't as high on him either, honestly. I liked him, but I just wasn't as high as some people were. He's 5'9", 180 pounds. 4.47 was his 40 time. But honestly, some people were saying it, were even speculating like I started hearing back of the first round for him. There was talk like back of the first was an option for him. And I was like, man, that's just too far. I liked him. I thought he was more, honestly, this is the middle of the second, this is probably the premium seats for me as far as him. I thought he was more of a third round pick. I really did. I thought he was more of a third round pick. Come on, baby. Steelers, here we go. We are on the clock. And it is a beautiful, girl, be all loud, I'm on the line. Yeah, we are on the clock. And it is a beautiful board. Man, there's still great receivers. Zach Frazier is still on the board. We need a center. We really need Zach Frazier. Maybe it's a little boring for the casual people, man, but we need that O-line, dog. But we need a receiver would be big here as well. I can't lie. We've got to get a competent number receiver to pair up with George Pickens. But man, Zach Frazier, A.D. Mitchell, man, please not Roman Wilson. If it's Roman Wilson and Malachi Corley, dog, that's just gonna piss me off. Oh man, I would be so let down by those picks, man. Come on. Zach Frazier, A.D. Mitchell. I think it's got to be one of those two guys, y'all. It's got to be one of y'all those two. Somebody tell me I'm crazy. My dog, Day One Game Jarrell, so he ain't gonna lie, man. He's excited to see what we do. Hey, you and me both, man. You and me both. We gotta get some firepower, man. Come on, man. Frazier, A.D. Mitchell, come on, man. Tomlin can tame AD, man. Tomlin. He can get it. He can get it going, man. We already got a kind of a little bit of a knucklehead. We already got a little bit of a high head, in George Pickens. You know, he could be a little, maybe not a high head. You know, he could be a little. What's the right word? Somebody help me. What's the right word for AD or for to describe George Pickens' temperament as a player? What's the right word, guys? It's going to come to me a little later. Normally, I wouldn't want two of those guys in the same room, which is part of the reason we got rid of Deontay Johnson. That and the fact he was nearing 30 and he was the last year of his contract was coming up. I mean, so all that plays a part. Man, I love Jamari Thrash. Jamari Thrash is a round 2 player for me. I don't hate Jamari Thrash here. I think I would go AD Mitchell. Okay, Zach Frazier, baby. That's what I said. Zach Frazier. If not Zach Frazier, give me AD Mitchell. Oh, yeah. Oh, we in the game. Yeah, Sirski. Yeah, Sirski. Man, hey, that's an excellent pick, boy. Y'all don't know, man. Man, we are back. We are back. Let's go. Man, this was perfect. This is perfect. In like 90% of my mock drafts, I've had us going tackle center back to back in my mock drafts for round 1 and 2. I had us going Armarius Mims in round 1. I had him going round 1 to us in like 90% of my drafts, literally. And he almost made it. And then in round 2, I had us going Zach Frazier. In round 2, I had us going Zach Frazier. It's a great pick. 2-time second team all Big 12. He's 6'3", 313 pounds, 32 1/4-inch arms. He was a state wrestling champ in high school. That's always a good background to have as an offensive lineman, defensive lineman as well. But man, especially for them old linemen, man, those former wrestlers, man, they have a great understanding of leverage, great core strength. Leverage and core strength feel like those are attributes that are always can be attributed to like defense or offensive linemen that wrestled. Man, I love that pick. We've been overdue for a great center, Pittsburgh. You know, we had that center's one of the positions we do, man. We do centers well. Pause. Damn. But that's what we're in. Receivers, linebackers, and centers. That's what we do. It's Pittsburgh, man. Mike Webster, GOAT. Center Rushmore, man. If you're going to name 4 centers in the history of the game, starts with Mike Webster, Hall of Famer, all-decade team, man. Do your Googles. Then we move from Mike Webster to Damani Dawson, all-decade team member, Hall of Famer. Do your Googles. Then the New Jack, Marquise Pouncey, all-decade team member. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, like it or love it. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He was an all-decade team member. Marquise Pouncey. Come on, man. It's only right. We get another great one. Zach Frazier, welcome to the family, my boy. All right? Welcome to the family, big dog. Come on, man. Kiara said abrasive. Hey, D-Dot, feel me? Let's go, man. Let's go. That's an excellent pick. Man. Couldn't have worked out any better. I'm curious. I am not going to lie, man. A part of me wonders how I'd feel right now if it was A.D. Mitchell. A part of me wonders, like, man, what would that A.D. Mitchell pick feel like right now? You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to lie, man. I'm not going to turn down a profit. You don't turn down a profit. I don't care what it is. And we made money today, man. We made money with Zach Frazier, and I ain't turning down no profit. Yeah, buddy. Let me see what Twitter got to say. Hey, yeah, we definitely running the ball. Day one game, Jarrell said, is AD still on the board? Yes, sir. Man, how long does the fall? Man, we're gonna hear the details and when. Oh yeah, let me turn this up and hear what they're saying about him. Oh, he just got picked. The Colts just picked AD Mitchell. That's a great pick. Damn. Talk about finding the perfect home. That's a fantastic pick. My God. My God. My God. AD Mitchell to the Colts is a fantastic pick. My goodness. And you know who I started giving the Colts in the first round of my mocks at 15? I had started giving them Brian Thomas Jr. I really was starting to love the idea of Brian Thomas Jr. being on the other side of Michael Penix. Not Michael Penix. Jesus, Michael Pittman Jr. The combination of Brian Thomas Jr. on one side, Michael Pittman Jr. on the other, and just having that dangerous, legitimate, deep threat to pair with, everything that Michael Pittman gives you from physicality and the intermediate route game, and just it's the perfect complement to his physical style, I thought. And so now you get AD Mitchell, still a big body receiver. I don't necessarily think he's not the vertical threat that Brian Thomas is, but he is still a big body vertical receiver. People tell me he's a great route runner, and I don't feel like that. I don't feel like he's a great route runner when I watch his routes. I really don't. He's good, or he's serviceable. You know what I mean? I don't think he's exceptional at all as far as his route running. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's me. I don't know. Maybe it's just not the way I like to look at routes ran. I don't know. And like I said, his 4.3 just felt, not fraudulent. He ran it, but I don't see it. His speed looks comparable to Keon Coleman. On Keon Coleman, I'm not sure which one of them are faster on film. AD Mitchell or Keon Coleman. That's one of the reasons I had Keon Coleman ahead of AD Mitchell for 80% of this draft cycle until I lost my nerve and bailed on Keon Coleman in this last week or two. Y'all got to excuse me. I'm gonna eat some of these chips. My dog Chop in the building. He said Pittman, Mitchell, and Downs. That's, man. That is, I like it. I do. I like it, man. I can't wait to read all the gossip about why AD Mitchell slipped in the draft, or he slipped in the draft. I can't wait to hear all the stories about to come out. What'd he do? Maybe it was the meetings. I thought his tape was inconsistent, man. I know this is Chop's guy. Chop had AD Mitchell as the number 2 receiver in the draft behind only Marvin Harrison. Chop was that high on AD Mitchell. Chop was the highest on AD Mitchell of anyone I've seen on TV, on YouTube, anybody I talked to. Chop having AD Mitchell at wide receiver 2 is the highest of anybody I know. Chop said he had him at 3. Man, I thought you told me you had him at 2. I thought when we first talked about receivers, that first time, I thought he was your number 2 receiver, bro. I could have swore he was number 2. Day one game, Jarrell said we need them Keith Lee sound effects. Hey, man, I ain't getting no checks yet. Lays want to send me a check, man. Y'all can see the rapper. If Lays want to send me a check, y'all can send me the rapper. I know I dropped their name, man. They can get in touch with me for business inquiries at realballtalk247@gmail.com. That's where I take all business inquiries. Tight end 2 off the board. Ben Sinnott, tight end for Kansas State, goes to Washington at pick 53. That's a good pickup. Dude's a stud. I remember watching him in the Missouri game, and he really started taking over when the Kansas State started moving the ball in the second half against Mizzou. They're showing those highlights now, actually, on Bleacher Report. That's funny. I was just going to talk about it, but that's where he got on my radar because he turned up against Mizzou in the second half of that Kansas State versus Mizzou game, which was that Kansas State Mizzou game was a top 10 game of this college football season. Nail biter, went down to the very end. Mizzou back and forth to the very end. Mizzou wins that on a record-breaking field goal. The thicker kicker from Mizzou, that's his nickname. They call him the thicker kicker. But Harold Melvis, I think is his name. He's a punter. He's a kicker, but he's like 6'1", 240. Portly. He's built portly, to say the least. But he kicked like a 60-plus yard field goal as time expired for Mizzou to beat Kansas State. It was their first big win of the season. And then they really went on Mizzou had a terrific season and went on a run. And I think they finished number 8 in the final poll, I believe. Had a chance to we're dominating LSU. We're dominating LSU in the first half of that game before LSU came back and won. A big loss in that game. Ennis Rakestraw Jr., standout cornerback from Mizzou, went down in that game, and the complexion of that game completely changed in the second half. LSU was way more explosive in the passing game that second half. Brian Thomas breaks right down the middle of the field untouched on a busted play, 40-yard touchdown. Jaden Daniels played a great second half as well. He had a couple huge scrambles in that game, man. Back-breaking 40-yard scrambles in that game. But that was one of my favorite games of Jaden Daniels. Not necessarily for the statistics in that aspect, but I think that's the best game of him battling through adversity and finding a way to win on the road, hostile environment. That was one of my favorite games from Jaden Daniels. But no, Ben Sinnott can play, man. That's a very good pickup for Washington. Cleveland is on the board, pick 54. I said, talking about our Steelers, he said we got 2 picks in the third. Man, I think one of them is going to be, I think in the third round we're going to go receiver and then defense, receiver, corner or receiver for sure in one of those picks. Corner, receiver, and defensive line are going to be our next 3 picks in some order, depending on who's left. Day one gang Jarrell said, "What's on the menu tonight?" Man, right now I'm just snacking on some chips, some to be named later chips. Once Lay send me one of them checks, but I'm just snacking on some chips right now. And then I think Later on, I got some spare ribs, some grilled spare ribs. I had a little sample earlier. Boy, they was hitting too. Ooh, the Browns get another good player. One of the players I like, Michael Hall Jr., defensive tackle from Ohio State. I like him as well. I had Chris Jenkins rated right above him. Chris Jenkins was my tackle 4, and Michael Hall Jr. was my tackle 5. He's a little undersized. He's listed 6'3", 290, but I think they say he gained weight. Or he's been in the news for gaining weight because I don't think he was 290 at the combine. I thought he played closer to 280. So maybe he's up to 290, but he doesn't necessarily have the best size, but he's got nice power for his size, but he's just undersized. But he's very quick, great first step. And so if he can put on some good weight and get a little stronger, like he's an explosive upfield penetrating style 3-tech. So I like that pick for Cleveland. Try to strengthen that D-line with Myles Garrett and Zadarius Smith. Look at that. They're showing highlights of him now. They just showed him bull rush a center. I believe it was a center or a guard. Walk him all the way back to the quarterback's lap for a sack. Ooh, look at that. Good agility. A stutter. An outside stutter. Counter back inside for a sack. Nice. Hey, hey, day one game, man. That's about to be a fixture on the show. TBNL. Hey, man, some things is gonna be TBNL, man. Day one game. Sometimes it's just gonna be TBL, dog. For business inquiries, they can hit me at realballtalk247@gmail.com, man. Go ahead, hit my business line. Till then, it's TBNL. Till then, it's TBNL, man. Straight up. Dolphins on the clock. Who the Dolphins? The Dolphins went edge rusher in the first round, Chop Robinson. I didn't hate that pick. It was a baby hair early for me for Chop Robinson, but I don't hate the pick. So I think it's the most expensive I'd have paid for the Chop Robinson show is that 21 pick, I guess. It was a hair early. But I thought closer to 27, 28, Arizona, Buffalo. Those were places I had him teed up for. Maybe even the Ravens if he got that far. Detroit. I meant to say Detroit. Arizona and Detroit were teams I had him keyed up for in my mock drafts. And then, like I said, then possibly Baltimore in a BPA situation. Because as we can see, Baltimore is going BPA, man. Wherever highly touted guy slips through, that's who Baltimore is taking. They've done it year after year, man. This year with Nate Wiggins, a top-rated guy, my cornerback too. Top 20 player on my big board. I think he was player 20. Top 20 player on my big board, corner 2. You don't have to trade up or move. He falls all the way to 30, and he fills a position of need. I think they need help in that corner room, man. Marlon Humphrey hasn't been the same guy for a few years now. Marlon Humphrey hasn't been an elite cover guy for a few years, if you ask me. And I don't know how elite he ever truly was. Realistically, if I'm gonna just speak my truth, man. I can speak my truth. It is what it is, man. Then those other guys, Brendan Stevens, Who? Doesn't do it for me. Ardarius Washington was a safety. I thought I liked him a lot coming out of TCU a couple years ago. I really did, man. I thought he had more LaMarcus Joyner in his game than but he hadn't worked out. I couldn't believe he went undrafted. I'm not gonna lie. He might have been like my safety 2 in that draft. 1 or 2. I was super high on Ardarius Washington. I'm not embarrassed to tell y'all, man. You win some, you lose some. But Patrick Paul. The Dolphins go Patrick Paul, the massive left tackle from University of Houston, 6'8", 331 pounds. Left tackle from Houston goes to Miami. I tell you what, this was my least favorite tackle in the entire draft. Out of all the tackles I watched 15 tackles. He was tackle 15. I watched 15 tackles, and Patrick Paul was tackle 15. My God. I had him as a day 6 or as a round 6 prospect. A guy that you take a swing on at the back of a draft because he's got freak measurables. 6'8", 331. He ran a 5'1", 40. He's got like 36-inch arms. Some of the longest we've ever seen, if not the longest we've ever seen. So he's built in a lab. My problem is he's just not good. He's got those 36-inch arms. Guys consistently get right in his chest. He doesn't know how to use them. He doesn't know how to shoot. I mean, he doesn't know how to use them. Guys consistently get in his chest. I don't think he effectively leverages his natural size in a way that makes him strong. No, you didn't. Day 1 game. You won't believe the foolishness that just happened in my house. Don't look at me. I don't want to cuss on the internet. Get out my face. Get out my face. I don't know if any of y'all, and you know what, Day 1 game, I'm gonna break my own rule, man. We just established the TBNL rule. I'm gonna break this to be the first and last time I break the rule. Day 1 game's real. I don't know if y'all are familiar with Biscoff ice cream bars. Because if you are, then there's 2 things you know about the Biscoff ice cream bar. Number 1, they only come 3 in a pack. Number 1. Not even 4. Wendy's will give you 4 burgers for $4. Biscoff give you 3 ice cream bars. You hear me? That's the first thing you know about the Biscoff ice cream bar. Number 2, second thing you know about the Biscoff ice cream bar, it's on the no-share list. Okay? The Biscoff ice cream bar is on the no-share list. It's up there with your grandma's baked macaroni. Okay? It's on there with your favorite uncle's banana pudding. Next on that list is the Biscoff ice cream bar.
I wouldn't share this if I had some.
They eat my Biscoff ice cream bars, man. They got me hostage on camera in front of the internet, eating my ice cream bars in front of me. My Biscoff ice cream bars in front of me. Somebody, I'm at to clip this, man, because somebody's going to feel my pain. Mark this down. 2 hours, 9 minutes, 14 seconds. Jesus, man. I lost my train of thought. What pick are we on? I don't know what's going on. You know what you have to do to make this up? You're going to have to go to the liquor store.
Go.
Where you going? Now you leaving? You done showed up, ate my ice cream bar, and ate a plate of food, and gonna leave and ain't even gonna run to the liquor store. Man, look. Man,
What time we gonna get?
a bottle of whiskey for me. Come on now, I'll cash up you. It's right around the corner. Don't tell her because she ain't getting none. Hey, Keandre say just got off work, man. Hey, I appreciate you coming through and hollering at your dog, man. Appreciate you already, bro. Much love, man. Hit that like and subscribe for me, man, before you get out of here, though. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe for your dog, man. You have a good one. Stay safe, bro. Oh, Marshawn Kneeland to the Cowboys. That is an excellent pick. I love Marshawn Kneeland. Marshawn Kneeland almost made my top 50. He was player 51. I went Chris Jenkins over Marshawn Kneeland as my player 50 on my big board. I love Marshawn Kneeland. He's my number 7 edge right behind Mo Camara. I'm the highest on Mo Camara of anybody I know. I know it. But my edge big board went Jared Verse, Liatu Latu, Dallas Turner, Chop Robinson and Darius Robinson, Mo Camara, and then Marshawn Kneeland. I thought Marshawn Kneeland had a sneaky back of the first round dark horse shot with the Detroit Lions. Depending on how the board fell, I saw a world in which Marshawn Kneeland might have went to the Detroit Lions, man. But I love this pickup for Dallas. Oh my God, I love him. I love this player. He was definitely one of my guys. I've got an unreleased video where I break down some of his film, and I just sit there and gush about. That's why I didn't even release it because I couldn't even talk about the film. I'm just gushing about his game. I love this guy. Physical, aggressive, super strong hands, terrific run defender. He's gonna be a Pro Bowl run defender within 2 years. He's gonna be a Pro Bowl run defender. Raw as they come as a pass rusher. But the natural tools are there. 6'3", 267 pounds. Incredibly strong hands. Jared Verse, Darius Robinson, Marshawn Kneeland. The strongest hands out of any defenders in this draft. Bar none. Man. Terrific hands. Terrific hands, man. I'm telling you guys. Love that pick. And love that pick for Dallas. And you know what's great about that is he's a poor man's DeMarcus Lawrence. Hold on. He's almost a poor man's DeMarcus Lawrence, but DeMarcus Lawrence was more developed as a pass rusher coming in for sure. But with his size and build, he looks like a younger DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence is filled on out. DeMarcus Lawrence looks closer to Darius Robinson now. He's probably closer to 280. When he first got to Dallas, he was about 265. And I think his body type puts me in the mind of Marshawn Kneeland. Y'all hold on for a second. I'm going to have to mute y'all for real quick. Oh, hey, Keandre said he been subscribed. My dog, man. Hey, man, I ain't mean to doubt you, homeboy. My bad. Appreciate the love, man. You be safe tonight for sure. My bad, man. I ran out of Do It fluid. It's Friday night. My sister that ate all my food in my daggone Biscoff bar, so she gonna make a liquor store run for you, boy, so I can get a little whiskey. But back to the regularly scheduled programming. Come on now. Y'all know what's going on. Let me get my Cash App stuff together. Almost there. Boom, boom, bing. Day one gang know what time it is, man. It's the weekend, baby. For sure. It's Friday. I could be sipping my whiskey and listening to my blues, man. my dog Time to text me. Man, hold on. First off, my dog Time is texting me talking about he's pissed somebody was supposed to be a Texan. Like, man, why are you texting me, man? Get your ass in the penthouse, man. Pull up. Pull up on me, man. You know better than that, Tom. We better than that, big dog. Chris Braswell, outside linebacker from Alabama, goes to the Buccaneers. I like that pick. I like that pick and fit. I wasn't as high on Braswell. I just think he's just a C player across the board. He's just a hardworking C player. He's going to split time between being a rotational rusher, a rotational third rusher, and a special teamer, core special teamer. He's going to be a maven on kickoffs. He's going to be a beast on your kickoff and punt team. And he's a nice rotational number 3 rusher. More of a guy that's going to be a part of a pressure, more of a pressure guy instead of a sack guy. I think he's a limited athlete. Doesn't turn a great corner. He's got decent strength. So he can push a pocket, like I said, help cause pressure, collapse a pocket. He's smart enough, savvy enough. He can be involved in your stunt game. Maybe he may find home in twists and stunts and things like that. But I don't envision him ever being just a truly just dominant independent rusher. But here at the middle of the second round, like I said, especially for a team in Washington that moved on from 2 highly touted drafted defensive ends. So they moved on from Montez Sweat and Chase Young. First round draft capital on both those players. So you got to rebuild that room. Dan Campbell brought over some familiar faces when he came over from Dallas. He's got Dante Fowler over there. I think they picked up Clelin Ferrell from wherever he's been at for the last couple of years. I'm not even sure where he's been playing. I believe they picked him up. And so Chris Braswell, he's just another hard hat workman type guy in that room. Javon Bullard going to the Packers. I think they definitely had a need for a safety. They bring over Xavier McKinney from the Giants in free agency to give him a nice free agent bag. But they still needed more help in that secondary for sure. I thought Cooper DeJean was a fit for them in the first round because he's got that nickel / safety versatility. And that's exactly what Javon Bullard offers as well, is that safety / nickel versatility. So I really like this pick. I really like this pick. I don't love it, but I really do like it. Javon Bullard, for me, this may be, it's the end of the second round. I was going to say maybe it's a hair early. I had a round 3 grade on him. So this is, the back half of the second round. So this is a little premium, but I like the fit. So I do think I can see why it makes sense. I like the fit with the nickel and safety flexibility. So I don't hate it. Do me a favor, man, while y'all in here, don't forget, go to the YouTube, subscribe for your boy, and drop a like on the page, man. Drop a like on the video. Drop a like on a couple videos. Y'all can watch them later. Go ahead and drop likes on them, though, man. I trust y'all. Oh, Blake Fisher goes to the Texans at pick 59. I like Blake Fisher. I had Blake Fisher ranked ahead of Tyler Guyton. Now, this is a little early for me This is a little early for me for Blake Fisher. But I believe he was my tackle. I think he was my tackle 10. I believe he's tackle 10. I think I had him right above Tyler Guyton. I think my tackles went Latham, Alt, Mims, Fashanu, Fuaga, Fatanu. Then I had Jordan Morgan, 7. Then Roger Rosengartner at 8. Chris Jones from Texas, I had him at 9. And then Blake Fisher was 10 for me. I had a 3rd round grade on him, so he's another guy. It's a hair early for me. It's a little early for me because I think he's 6'6", 310, so he's a tall, lean, built tackle. He's a little light in the ass, but he's still young for sure. He has the look of a guy that's still growing into his frame. I think he can put on another 12 pounds. He's definitely got it to spare. But I like, for what he is, that to me sounds just like Roger Rosengartner. So I see some similarities in his game and Roger Rosengartner's, but I think I prefer Roger Rosengartner to him. Because I think Roger Rosengartner, both of them don't have tremendous play strength, but I think I like Roger Rosengartner's movement just a little better. I think Blake Fisher can be a little stiff or clunky, and he's leaning on guys. Like he gets caught leaning at times, like I said, because he doesn't really have much play strength just in his hands. And so that's, like I said, I prefer Roger Rosengartner from Washington for those reasons. But I think Roger Rosengartner has some of those similar deficiencies in his game, but I still liked him better. Terrible time in this thing, man. Where you been, big dog? Man, gonna text me about the draft like we ain't in the penthouse kicking it. Yeah, we live, man. He said, "Is this live? You just got on?" Yeah, we live. Chopping and talking crazy, said the Texans taking the L in the first round. Man, already, man. Hey, yeah. No, who they get? I was just talking about they pick one. Did I just forget that fast? Hold on, man. Who was we just talking about? Oh, Blake Fisher. Yeah, Roger Rosengartner is the guy I preferred. Go ahead, hold on real quick. Matter of fact, Tom, make sure you hit the like button on this video too now. Make sure you don't forget to hit the like, big dog. Buffalo gets a new safety, Cole Bishop from Utah. I liked him. I think he was my safety. I didn't think it was a great safety class at all. But I think Cole Bishop was my safety 6. I think at safety I had Cooper DeJean, Cam Kinchins, Tyler Nubin at 3, Javon Bullard at 4, Javon Bullard at 4, Kalen Bullock from USC at 5, then Cole Bishop at 6. And I had Cole Bishop and Kalen Bullock switched around until recently. Then I just switched him to 6 from 5. But I like this pick for Buffalo. He looks like a hybrid of Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde. I think he's probably more Jordan Poyer than he is Micah Hyde because he's a little taller, a little leaner. Micah Hyde was a little more compact, so he's a little taller. And I don't necessarily think that he's the cover guy that Hyde was, just as far as a man in man goes. But I think he's Micah Hyde was like a coverage strong safety. Cole Bishop and then Jordan Poyer was like a run support free safety. And I think that's a Cole Bishop. I think he's more of a run support free safety. So he's not necessarily an enforcer, but he's a competent run defender. And he moves well enough. I'm more comfortable with him in zone than I am in man. But yeah, no, I like that pick for them. Tom know what's going on, man. He said he already know he know him and the Three Amigos go way back, man. Y'all know what's going on. Of course, he had to let everybody know the Texans going to the Super Bowl. But hold on, let's see. He's got some football talk for me. He said he thinks that Blake Fisher is going to play left guard. I hate that for him. I hope he's not playing guard. He is a string bean. He is a runway at guard. Some boys are going to run right. The path to the quarterback is going to go right over his chest if they move him to guard. I hate that for him. He's way too light in the ass. He got legs like a small forward. Blake Fisher looks like LaMarcus Aldridge in football pads. Imagine LaMarcus Aldridge in your high school football gear. That's what Blake Fisher looks like in his pads, man. Way too light in the ass. Oh, here we go. Ennis Rakestraw, corner from Mizzou, goes to Detroit. I love this pick. I loved Ennis Rakestraw's film, man. I liked it better. Honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I liked his film better than Terrion Arnold. Not as flashy as far as because he didn't have the turnovers that Terrion Arnold did, but like just snap for snap, I thought he was a much stickier press man cover option than Terrion Arnold. I thought he was a much better press man prospect than Terrion Arnold, just specifically for press man. And I think Terrion Arnold's great in the run game, but I think he may be the best run support corner in this game, in this draft. And people tried to say that about Cooper DeJean. I didn't see that play for play, snap for snap. I didn't see that. Ennis Rakestraw is going to be the closest thing to Devin Witherspoon in this draft from a DB playing to run, because he's got really good click and close. Once he reads run, he's on it. You know what I mean? So he's got really good click and close in the run game. Super aggressive at the line of scrimmage. Excellent press man corner, but he just doesn't have long speed to carry vertical routes, deep upfield. But man, he is hell on anything 15 yards and in. He is hell on anything 15 yards and in, man. He is on your chest, in your pockets. I loved his film. I really did. And I explored him sneaking into the bottom of the first round, and my favorite place for him in the first round was Detroit. He's the kneecap biter that Dan Campbell wants. There's certain guys that Dan Campbell's Lions have already got a reputation for guys they want. Like, there's certain teams have a look or a mantra. Like, people know, like, you'll hear people say, like, oh, man, no, he looks like a Steeler. Or, no, that player, he looks like a Raven. You know what I mean? He's a Patriot. That guy looks like a Patriot. The Lions have their own kind of look now as well, I think. Like, when Dan Campbell came and said, we want guys that bite kneecaps. You know what I mean? Like, junkyard dogs. I'm not saying, like, dogs the way we say it now, but junkyard dogs, those guys that chew through a rubber tire, chew through a bone, roll in the dirt. You know what I mean? Like, those type of guys, man. Ennis Rakestraw was perfect for them. I love that pick. I like Terrion Arnold in the first. Oh, my God. Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw in the same draft, Detroit Lions? Woo! Oh, I love that. Because Terrion Arnold, second to Ennis Rakestraw, Terrion Arnold is the next guy that I think fits that mold. Like I said, it's just the things that I like about Terrion Arnold, I like more about Ennis Rakestraw, outside of short area agility. So Terrion Arnold has fantastic just side-to-side agility. And Ennis Rakestraw, he's not as fluid laterally, but I think he's more physical at the line of scrimmage. He's better in actual press man coverage. I like him better at the top of routes. I really thought that at the top of routes, sometimes Terrion gets a little choppy at the top of routes, man. I feel like I feel like Ennis was a little stickier at the top of routes. I really do. They're both 5'11 and a half, both roughly 188 pounds, roughly 100, both just shy of 190 pounds. Both run 4.51. I think at the combine, I think they both ran 4.51. Or one ran 4.5 flat, the other ran 4.51. Like, I'm telling you. And so both those guys go to the Detroit. That is great. I'm telling you, my goodness. My God. Speaking of Roger Rosengarten, I was just talking about him in comparison to Blake Fisher. He just got drafted to the Niners. Oh, that is a fantastic pick. No. The Ravens. Excuse me. The Ravens. I thought it was the Niners. It would have been the Niners on the clock next, but that would have been a fantastic pick for the Niners in their zone blocking scheme. That's what I think he's a zone run blocking right tackle. But he goes to the Ravens at the bottom of the second round. I'm not necessarily sold he's their guy for what they typically go for. They generally go for larger, big-bodied maulers rather than kind of the more leaner, more athletic zone style of guys. Because he's a leaner, more athletic zone style of blocker as opposed to a mauling, a mauler. So that's a little. The fit is a little surprising, but I really like the player. I really do. Tom says so. They like little slow corners, man. Aggressive, man. Chihuahuas. Name a dog meaner than a Chihuahua. Name a dog meaner than a Chihuahua, man. Come on, man. Chihuahuas, man. Hey, Chihuahuas are definitely Dan Campbell's type of dogs. Facts. Hey, shout out to Brother Red, man. My dog, Joseph Kenny, man. Chow Chows are mean. Ooh, yeah. They can be, but I feel like Chihuahuas are just ornery. Like they walk into you and want to start something because you bumped into them. Like they walk into you and be like, man, why you bump me? Like, I don't know, man. Man, Brother Red, man, don't forget, dog. Go ahead, subscribe and like the video on YouTube as well for me, big dog. Before you get off this thing sometime tonight. Don't forget, man. I know y'all on Facebook. Don't forget, man. Also, subscribe and like the video on YouTube for your boy, man. Niners on the clock. They trade up for Ricky Pearsall in the first. I love that fit. I think San Francisco could use a corner. I'm trying to think who's left. I had Kool-Aid McKinstry as an option for them at the bottom of the first round. But let me see who's left. Let me think. McKinstry's definitely gone. Lassiter's gone. I wasn't that high on Lassiter. Oh, a trade. The Niners have traded. The Chiefs. The Chiefs trade up with the Niners. Who do the Chiefs want? Okay, who do the Chiefs want right now? I'm not gonna lie, Buffalo trading with the Chiefs and the Niners trading with the Chiefs. Like, man, that goes to show, man, business is business. It's just business, man. Because if I'm the Niners, I'm thinking to myself, man, bump y'all, man. I choose a punter right now if I give you this pick, Kansas City. We'll take the 4th ranked punter right now, man. Y'all can kick rocks. But maybe I'm petty. If I'm Buffalo for a receiver, everybody knows a receiver for Buffalo for a receiver. Huh. Man, look. Before I gave that pick to Kansas City, man, I took the third string long snapper. I'd have got a third string long snapper before I gave that pick to Kansas City. Hear me? Okay, so the Chiefs and the Niners, they swap. It's a pick swap. Kansas City gives the San Francisco 49ers a 6th-round pick. Or, excuse me, Kansas City gives the Niners a 5th-round pick. The Niners send back a 6th-round pick to move up one spot. So I wonder who's after the Niners that Kansas City was trying to jump ahead of before the 3rd round starts. Oh, Kingsley Suamataia, developmental tackle from BYU. I wasn't very high on Suamataia either. I didn't have him as a round 2 tackle. I had him right in line with Tyler Guyton. Him and Tyler Guyton are both size, weight, speed, like size, weight, size and athleticism project, but developmental projects for me. Like I had them both characterized the same exact way. But I had Kingsley just behind Guyton, I think. I think Guyton was 11. I think Suamataia was 12. But I switched them both back and forth. But anyway, he was a freak athlete. He's 6'5", 326 pounds, ran 5'0", a 5'04" at that size. And he's got a very nice, like, proportioned build. It's not like he's got some mass to him. Pause. For y'all try to kill me. But still just a project, man. I don't think he's ready. He's still raw. I think I had a round 3 grade on him and Guyton. They've got great size, great athleticism, all the potential in the world, but super raw and unrefined, man. So I had him as round 3 grades. And honestly, probably not the top of round 3. I thought Rosengarter had a chance to go kind of at the back of the 2nd round like he did. So he went kind of at the earliest I could see him going. But everybody after Rosengarter I thought would go round 3. Next for me would be Christian Jones from Texas. I don't know why the public perception on him is so down. But he'd be the next guy for me, and he starts my round 3 grades as far as tackle. I'm sorry I had to do that. I couldn't help it. Tom said, super pause. I know, right? I know. Hold on real quick. Okay, now the Niners are on the clock with the last pick of the 2nd round. Who is it? So there's been rumors about the Niners trading one of their 2 star receivers. Brandon Ayuk was the hot name to be traded for the majority of this draft season because he's the one up for a contract. But here, these last few days, it's came out that the Niners are more likely to keep Ayuk and trade Debo, if anything. So Debo's name has kind of got a little trade heat these last few days, especially there's from teams like my Steelers, which there's no secret we've been involved in the trade market for receivers. We've put a couple offers out and, kind of shot a couple shots. Oh, Niners get a great selection. Renardo Green, cornerback from Florida State. I don't know why people were so late to the party for Renardo Green. He is an ultra talented press man corner. He's experienced. I think he was a senior, 4-year player. Played excellent competition. He's got the best film guarding LSU than anybody else in this draft. Terrion Arnold had a solid game against LSU, I want to say. He had a solid game against LSU, but Renardo Green played LSU. Malik Neighbors, he played Malik Neighbors the best anyone's played Malik Neighbors all season, in my opinion. Like, I think on my final big board, I had him corner 7. He's a little wiry as far as his build. So he's a tall, long, kind of lean built guy. Yeah, 6 foot, 186. And his long speed is his question. He ran a 4.49 in the 40, so he doesn't have great long speed, but terrific at the line. Is terrific press man corner for sure. Brother Red said that was the first game of the season. You know what? And you know what? I didn't watch it live. So, like, I didn't see that game until I went back and did, like, my film study. So, I didn't even catch that game when it was live. But, no, and you know what? Maybe he caught them boys early. Maybe that's what it is then, man. Hey, maybe he caught them boys early because it was terrific film for him to watch. It was good. I mean, like I say, it wasn't a shutout or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, those guys are still studs, but I was very impressed watching that game film. And so close those blinds for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then before you head out, hold on real quick, y'all. All right, hold on. Actually, y'all, give me 1 second, man. But no, Renardo Green, that's a terrific pick. I think he was my cornerback 7. I think I had Quinyon Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Max Melton, Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, Cooper McKinstry, DJ James from Auburn. I think I had him 7. And I think I had Renaldo Green 8. Then I had Kalen Carson from Wake Forest at 9. Who was my number 10? My number 10, I think, was Mikey Sanders still, the slot from Michigan. All right, y'all gonna have to give me 1 second. It's Friday night. I'm gonna have to get my drink together. Oh, okay, never mind. Somebody's making me a drink. See that? They finally doing something nice. They ate my food. Put this up. Who you on the phone with on speakerphone while I'm online? Sister. I'll tell her what's up. Tell her to subscribe to my YouTube if she loves me. But yeah, they getting my drink together. It's Friday night. But I love that pick. Thank you. I love that pick. Renardo Green going to the Niners. Because corner, like I said, I talked about it earlier. Corner is where I had them going potentially earlier in the draft. And so I love that pickup. They definitely need help in that cornerback room. They got your Darius Ward, who's a stud for sure. They got your Darius Ward over there, but I don't love either of the next 2 guys, Aubrey Thomas and Lenore, the big body slot guy they had that got punished for a whole half of football on national TV in that Detroit Lions game. So Renardo Green is an excellent pick there. And you know what? Oh, the Jets draft Malachi Corley. I wasn't a big Malachi Corley guy either. He was a wide receiver 19. No. Yeah, he was wide receiver 19 for me. People compare him to Deebo Samuels. I don't see Deebo Samuels. I compared him to Cordero Patterson. Deebo Samuels is still a receiver. Like, he's a receiver that can give you running back juice. Malachi Corley, I don't think he's Cordell Patterson. He's a running back that just gets played at receiver. And then hopefully for Malachi Corley, it doesn't take 7 years before somebody figures that out like it did for Cordell Patterson. Once they figured out he was actually a running back this whole time, he's a Pro Bowler in year 7. he became a Pro Bowler once he changed positions. I think that's more similar to Malachi Corley, that type his game. Because he's fantastic with the ball in his hands and after catch. He is a tank. 5'11", 215. Runs 4.5. That's fantastic running back build. And he can catch. Now, he can catch. But yeah, like Cordell Patterson. He's a smaller Cordell Patterson. But he's going to the Jets. I like that for the Jets because you got Garrett Wilson. So you've got Mike Williams. So he's definitely just a quick dump guy. I wonder if they saw him and maybe then again, not as far as receiver talent goes, because like I said, I don't think he's got great receiver talent at all. But Randall Cobb, think about Randall Cobb's role in that prime Packers offense with Aaron Rodgers, Jordy Nelson, Greg Jennings, right? And then we had Randall Cobb in the slot. Think about what they got now. Mike Williams, Garrett Wilson, and now they've got their Randall Cobb, Malachi Corley in the slot for the Jets. I done talked myself into it. Now I like it. How did I never get Randall Cobb from Malachi Corley? I mean, because he can't run any stat. There's no route I like him on. Besides a smoke screen, drag across the field, shallow crosses. You know what I mean? Other than that, there's no real route I like him on at all. Brother Red said, is Harbaugh going to take Corum at pick 69? Pause. He just might, man. And honestly, it's not a terrible pick. I don't think it necessarily has to. Okay, Trey Benson just went to the Cardinals. Ooh, I like that. Oh, he fits perfectly there. He's a faster, more explosive James Conner. Because he's got terrific vision. I love his vision. He's a power runner. So he like power runs where you pull a guard, pull that backside guard to lead up through the hole for him. Man, that is his bread and butter. And Arizona is a terrific power running team. That's where we see the big runs from James Conner are on those style of runs, powers, counters. And he is the best in that scheme in this draft, except he's got legit 4.3 breakaway speed. At 6 foot, I think he's 6 foot 220, 6'1", 220. And he's got legit breakaway 4.3 speed. He's got SEC boys. He's got SEC boys on film looking at the back of his jersey for 60 yards. He played at Florida State, but, well, yeah, LSU. Yeah, I'm about to say, I was like, I know I seen some film against him against the SEC. So, yeah, I love that pick. James Conner, man, I respect James Conner. He cut his teeth in Pittsburgh and had success with us there, but he was banged up, man. He was banged up. He was injured. He was the guy that kind of we transitioned to after Le'Veon when things went sour for us with Le'Veon. We transitioned to James Conner, who was successful, but he was injured, man. He had a rough his last 2 years there. His last 2 to 2.5 years, he was injured. We had to move on. He goes to Arizona and man, finds a second win, and he's been successful. So he's a player I still cheer for from afar. But I love that Trey Benson pick. Man, I was supposed to be talking about Blake Corum to the Chargers. But no, if 69 this is a little early for me for Blake Corum. I think Blake Corum was my running back 5 or 6. I had Trey Benson, then Jonathan Brooks from Texas, who already went. Then I had the kid Wright from Tennessee at 3. Then I had Marshawn Lloyd from USC at 4. And I think I may have had Blake Corum at 5. But top of the third isn't where I go. So I maybe in the 4th round. And especially I think they still got more important needs. I don't think they've got a receiver yet. Or did they get Ladd McConkey? If they got Ladd McConkey, they still need a receiver. They need another receiver. They need a corner. They need another receiver and a corner. Plus, I think they signed J.K. Dobbins to a 1-year deal. You know, Greg Roman is their offensive coordinator. So J.K. Dobbins, who's been, had a terrible start to his career as far as injuries go. But, returning from a season-ending injury this last season. So returning back, hoping to come back healthy. He goes and signs with the Chargers. If he's healthy, I love that pick as well. I think J.K. Dobbins, I think there's an era of J.K. Dobbins' game and Trey Benson's game, just as far as he's got a stout build and he's got excellent long speed. But I don't necessarily. No, you know what? That's not a bad comp. That's not a bad comp. J.K. Dobbins and Trey Benson. Trey Benson. Okay, the Commanders on the clock. They just took Brandon Coleman. He's a tackle from TCU, but people say he's got guard flexibility. I'm not sure if they're going to play him at tackle or guard. I didn't really get to him in my evaluation, though. I didn't. I think I watched roughly 30 offensive linemen, but it was kind of half and half between tackles, or 3 ways, then tackles, guards, and centers. I watched like 30 O linemen total, and I didn't get to Brandon Coleman. Not anything extensive at all, like just in passing, but I didn't actually get to study him. Oh, no, he played left guard. Okay, well, they call him a tackle. I know from him being on my radar, I thought he was a tackle in college and that he was flexible to play guard. But these highlights are showing him at left guard. So anyway, I didn't get to him. Like I said, I think my tackles went 15 deep and I didn't get to him. And at guard, I think my guards went 12 deep and I didn't get to him at guard, if that's the case either. So that, to me, that means this is probably early then. Because the fact that I didn't get to him, because I've got guys. Normally, when I do my scouting, I try to get. I look at it like I want to put together a top 150 board, because that's roughly 3 rounds worth of players, 150. So I'm not gonna lie. This year, I didn't get to 150. I think I got closer to like 120, honestly. And instead of a top 100 board, I did a top 50. Because there was just positions that I couldn't get out of the receivers. Pause. God dang. But I couldn't stop watching receivers. My receivers, I ranked 21. I watched, I think, 25, and I had to force myself to stop evaluating receivers. There's so many good. I could have went to 30 without question. But I think I ended up stopping around, I ranked 21, but I probably watched 25, closer to 25 or so, before it was taking me too long with the receivers. And the safety class was lackluster. I wasn't excited to watch safeties. I didn't watch nearly as many of those guys. Running back took me a while to warm up to. Or the thoughts on this class to start was that it was a weak running back class, and that's the expectation I had as well. So I wasn't excited to watch running back. But then once I got into running back was good. I really like the top 5 guys. Trey Benson, Jonathan Brooks, the kid from Tennessee. His last name is Wright. Jamal Wright. Is it Jamal Wright? I can't think of his name. But the kid Wright from Tennessee. Marshawn Lloyd from USC. Blake Corn from Michigan. Like that top 5, there's another guy I'm missing, man. I think I really like my first 6 for sure, but the top 5 or 6, man, are all very, very good. I really like them. Blake Corum doesn't do anything exceptional, but he's like Doug Martin. You remember Doug Martin from the Bucks, Brother Red? That's who Blake Corum puts me in the mind of. I think similar build. They both light skinned, but similar build, kind of. They're short, compact, 4 yards in a cloud of dustbacks. They're not 3 yards in a cloud of dustbacks, but they're 4 yards in a cloud of dustbacks because they're not overly powerful. They're not overly shifty. They're not overly fast, but they're fast enough, they're shifty enough, and they're powerful enough. You know what I'm saying? So Doug Martin is the guy that Blake Corum put me in the mind of. Patriots draft the other tackle from Penn State, Caden Wallace. So the guy who's on the other side of Olu Fashanu. And I saw him in passing, of course, watching Olu Fashanu, but he never jumped or stood out to me to make me go back and check him out, honestly. Like I said, I had a pretty good list of guys to get through. And I think, like I said, so if by my thinking, by my logic, the fact that I didn't get to him or watch him or didn't, you know what I mean, means it's a reach. If I didn't get to you, you're a day 3 player. That's how I feel. And to this year, I am a little light. Like I said, normally I get to 150. I normally have 150 and change, 156, 163 1 year. You know what I mean? Normally I like to get to a solid 150. This year I'm a little light, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm a little light. 120, about 120 or so, but you know, all right. 118, 122, somewhere in there. You feel me? I'm a little light, but if I didn't get to you, a day 3 guy, man. That's a reach, Patriots. I feel good about calling that Patriots pick a reach anyway, because the Patriots are notorious for doing that, man. Cole Strange in the 2nd round last year. Guys had him as a 5th round player. The Rams thought they were going to get him in the 4th round and be early. The Patriots took him at the top of the 2nd. So you know what I mean? So the fact that the Patriots took him makes me feel better about him being a reach. Javon Baker, man, I can't wait to see where Javon Baker goes. Wide receiver from UCF, Central Florida. He was a top 10 receiver for me. Jermaine Burton, he was a top 12 receiver for me. My 5 through 15 are all pretty realistic. My 5 through 11 are all very close. Hey, Brother Red, it's another Michigan player. Jim Harbaugh takes Michigan linebacker Junior Colson, the middle linebacker from Michigan. He's now going to the Chargers. So everybody knew or expected Harbaugh was gonna. He's a Michigan man through and through. Harbaugh's going after his guys. So Junior Colston is a Los Angeles Charger. I love that, man. I really love that. Hell yeah. And it's the top of the 3rd round. I like this for Junior Colston. I didn't really think if there was going to be a round 2 linebacker, stackbacker, like off-ball stackbacker in this class, the only round 2 stackbacker I would entertain was Peyton Wilson. But with his injuries, I felt more comfortable calling him a top of the 3rd linebacker. So, and he was my top linebacker. So Junior Colston, Edgerrin Cooper, Gray from North Carolina. For me, their territory starts in the 3rd. So this is Junior Colston. He's at the top of the 3rd, but in the 3rd round, I'm not mad about it. And I think it does fit a need. It's a good pick. This is a good pick, actually. It's a good pick. Little home cooking. This is a little home cooking, but I ain't mad at that. Because if it's close and you my guy, I'm going with you every time. You know what I'm saying? If Day One Jarrell is selling bottle caps and his bottle caps is $20, but somebody got bottle caps for $18, I'm going to get Day One Gang Jarrell bottle caps. That's my dog. It's close. It's close enough. It's close enough, and that's my dog, man. That's gang. I'm shopping with gang, man, so I ain't mad at Harbaugh. You know what I mean? Peyton Wilson's on the board. Gray from, you know what I'm saying? Gray from Carolina. I like him. But, Junior Colson's your dog. You know what I'm saying? Shop with your dog. I ain't mad at it. Day One Gang said he don't know, man. He said it didn't work like that when the Oregon coach took over for the Eagles. Man, look, now that you've called him the Oregon coach, now I can't think of his name. Oh, man, come on, man. The fat white dude. Golly. Come on, fat man. What's your name? Oh, my God. He's at Ohio State now. He left Philly to be the head coach of UCLA, and then he just left UCLA to be the offensive coordinator for Ohio State. Jim Kelly. No, not Jim Kelly. Oh, my God. It's gonna drive me crazy, man. Somebody tell me what's the former coach of Oregon, man, when they was at their heyday, Mariota and Justin Herbert, I believe. who was the coach of Oregon, man? Then took over for the Eagles. He's the guy that blew up Deshaun Jackson, LaShawn McCoy, and Michael Vick. He blew that up. Something Kelly. It's not Jim Kelly, though. Jim Kelly's old quarterback for the Bills. Chip Kelly. God dang. Dog, I almost gave myself a headache. Chip Kelly. Yeah, Chip Kelly tried to bring his guys in as well. But, yeah, that was he ruined. They had something there to work with. I feel like he just kind of ruined that setup. Okay, Andrew Phillips, cornerback from Kentucky, goes to the Giants here at the top of the third. This is early for me as well. I got to Andrew Phillips in my film study, but he's like corner 18. I think I ranked 20 corners, and I think he's like corner number 18 or so. I think he's a slot only. As soon as I say that, they show a highlight he's outside, but it's cover 2. So they got him playing outside in cover 2. And he will play outside at times, rarely, but at times. But it is when they're in cover 2. So he can do just like he did, break on little stop routes, hitch routes from cover 2. But he's a slot corner. I question his athleticism. And so I think he's a zone slot corner. I don't want him in man coverage. He's a zone slot cover. He's a zone slot corner. He is aggressive in run support. 5'11", 190. He ran 4.48, but he's not twitchy. He's not twitchy at all. That's the thing. He's more of a stout run support zone corner. But like I said, I don't think he's twitchy. I didn't think he looked twitchy. I think he tested better than expected. I think he had a big vertical. I think he's a guy that's got like a 36-inch plus vertical. So I mean, which shows explosion generally. But I don't think he looked twitchy on film. He looks kind of heavy-footed, man. I think he's flat-footed. He likes to stand flat-footed in space as a zone defender, and I think he's got decent eyes as far as playing the quarterback, but I don't think he has the burst or twitch to react and get there soon enough. So I don't think there's not enough getting there to make the play instead of getting there to make the tackle. That's my opinion. I don't know. What do I know? That's just my opinion. Round 4 is where I had him at. This is a round early for me. Round 4. Round 4 for your dog. He's a guy like him, and I think he's in the same. The way I view him is the way I view Kamari Lassiter, who went in the second round. It's like this was a pick for me. This is where I'd have took Kamari Lassiter. So if the Giants, I mean, if he's on the board, whatever. But I'm just saying, like, this is the range that I take Kamari Lassiter for all those reasons I just talked about. Andrew Phillips. Isaiah Adams, offensive lineman from Illinois, goes to the Cardinals, 6'4", 315. I didn't get to him, man. I'm going to call him a reach. I ain't get to him means he's day 3. That's how I feel. I ain't get to you day 3, man. Isaiah Adams, you day 3, man. It's a reach. I'm watching you get drafted on day 2 at 72. It means it's a reach. No, 71. I don't know your name. Don't know your name. Don't know your game, man. Day 3. He's playing left guard in these highlights. I'm looking. Highlights against Texas A&M. I did watch this game when I was looking at Edgerrin Cooper, and I don't remember thinking, damn, who's that left guard? Means you day 3, big dog. That means you day 3, bro. Don't hate the player, man. Hate the game, dog. I seen a game. I watched you play a game and didn't even think to go check your number. I don't know what jersey number you wear, man. Because I watched that Texas A&M game. I didn't love Edgerrin Cooper in that game, if I'm remembering right. On this highlight, it looked like they played Texas A&M, or was that Mississippi State? I think it was Texas. No, I think it's Texas A&M. Because I feel like I watched that game when I was looking at Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from Texas A&M. He got drafted earlier in round 2. Day 1 game, know what's going on? Say, hey, that's a day 3 left guard. Hey, man, If I ain't seen his film, if I ain't seen your film, man, you day 3. Because I don't get too deep into the day. Man, pause. God dang, man. I don't go too far into watching the film of day 3 guys. There we go. Golly, man, you gotta be careful in this crowd. I don't want to get clipped and be a meme somewhere. Panthers take Kentucky linebacker Trevin Wallace. I've heard very good things about Trevin Wallace. Now he might be an exception to the rule. I didn't get to Trevin Wallace, but it's only because I didn't get too far into this linebacker class. It was not a great or exciting linebacker class, but I heard very good things about him. I wanted to get to him, but I didn't. But I think this, from what I've heard, I think this is an okay pick. Second round pick to Carolina for Trevin Wallace, 6'1", 237, ran a 4.5 140. So I'm not mad at this. I'm watching his highlights. Athleticism definitely jumps off the board. I'm watching the tip pass interception against, is that Florida? Very good return, made 3 guys miss. Good open field tackle on the sideline versus Alabama. He was probably going to slip off, but he forced him out of bounds. 60 tackles, 8.5 for a loss, 5.5 sacks this past season. I'm not mad at this. He was a 2021 SEC All-Freshman linebacker. I wish I'd have got to him. He was on my short list of guys that I still needed to get to that I didn't. And he goes 1 pick ahead of the Cowboys. Cowboys need linebacker help. Old boy with the broken neck, he just medically retired. They bring over Eric Kendricks. He's one of Mike Zimmerman, their new defense coordinator, one of his guys from Minnesota. So Eric Kendricks, he's already 32, 33 though, but he's coming over on a 1-year deal. They need another linebacker. Trevin Wallace could have been a perfect guy to pair with Eric Kendricks. My God, Kendricks. And instead, Carolina gets him 1 pick before Dallas. I know somebody in Dallas is sick. A lot of these Dallas guys, man, they like Trevin Wallace. Shout out to Vash Lombardi. Vash the Trevin Wallace guy. So yeah, it's the 3rd round now. It's the Cowboys on the clock. What do they do? I hated that pick for Tyler Guyton for the Cowboys. My God. This right here, pick 73, this is a Tyler Guyton pick. This is where you draft Tyler Guyton. But let's see what they do, man. You get Tyler Guyton in the 1st. Is this the pick they got from Detroit? I think this is the pick they got from Detroit. So this is what Tyler Guyton bought you. You bought Tyler Guyton to get pick 73. So what do you do with it? They need a running back. The top 2 are gone. You missed Trey Benson. You missed Jonathan Brooks. They were big on Jonathan Brooks, by all accounts, here in Texas. I live in Dallas. Jerry came out running his mouth, let the world know how much they liked Jonathan Brooks, University of Texas running back. Well, he's gone. They got, for better or worse, they got a tackle. They still need a center. I don't think they're a Cedric Van Pran team. I don't see a center that they're going to get here. Like I said, running backs, I don't know how they feel about Wright from Tennessee. Because he's got decent size. They're going to want a decent size back. He's 6 foot 6'1". Let's say 6'1". He's 6'1", 210 maybe. But he's more of a one-cut, foot in the ground, vertical running back. I think they want a more of a power profile. I mean, Jonathan Brooks is good for them, but I liked Trey Benson for them, man. But Braylon Allen is a back I think that Dallas was rumored to like as well. This is early for me for Braylon Allen. Center, like I said, man, I mean, D tackle. They need a one tech for sure. Definitely need a one tech or depth at tackle, period. But I mean, Brandon Dorless, I don't think he's a guy for them. Not with this Mike Zimmer style defense that's coming into play. Dwayne Carter from Carolina, mate, or from they go O-line. They get a guard at O-line. They get Kansas State Cooper Beebe, left guard. 6'3", 320. I had a third round grade on Cooper Beebe. So this is fair value for me. Guard. I wasn't as high on Cooper Beebe as I think he was my interior offensive lineman number 9. I think my interior rankings went Fuaga. I had Fuaga ranked as a tackle and a guard, but I think when Fuaga at 1, I think Fuaga is an all-pro guard. Fuaga at guard is Quentin Nelson in the run game at the very least. He's Quentin Nelson in the run game. A refrigerator on wheels at guard. I had him as my number 1 interior player. 2, I had Graham Barton. I think he's an excellent guard. I love the thought of him, his mobility. I thought he moved. I think his mobility is going to be phenomenal. He's got great tenacity, power. I love at guard for him. 3, that's where I had JPJ. I think I like JPJ a little bit. I see JPJ and I think guard. I really wanted him in Philadelphia at left guard next to Cam Jurgens to rebuild that line after Jason Kelce. But anywho, JPJ 3, Christian Haynes from UConn. I love him at guard, man. I love that kid. Him as my 4th interior lineman. Who do I have after Cooper Beebe? 5 is where I had. Who do I have at 5? 5 is where I had Zach Frazier. Yeah, 5 is where I had Zach Frazier. 6, I had Chris Mahogany, road grader from Boston College. My God. Loved his film. Loved him in the run game. He's raw in needs development in pass pro, but man, he is a people mover. Chris Mahogany for me was 6. 7, I believe I had Cedric Van Pran, the center from Georgia, and I think 8 is where I had Cooper Beebe. He looked heavy-footed, man. He looks like a keg. He's a keg on legs, and he moves like you would imagine a keg on legs moves, if you ask me. So I wasn't as high on him, but I did have a 3rd round grade on him, so this is fair value. But for Dallas, I don't know where he fits in Dallas. You've got 2 all-pro guards right now. And as far as I know, Cooper Beebe doesn't have center flexibility. You draft one of my least favorite players in this draft. You draft Tyler Guyton, a project right tackle. You draft him in the 1st round to make him a left tackle. And now you get Cooper Beebe, a left guard, where left guard is the best player on your offensive line is a left guard named Tyler Smith, all pro, 25, 26 years old. He's an all pro. He has supplanted Zach Martin as the best player on your offensive line. Because Zach Martin's older. He's still quality. He is, definitely. He's still a top 5 guard in his league. He's 31. 31, 32, if I had to guess. Tyler Smith is the guy on that line now, if you ask me. And now you draft in the 3rd round, and you guys had massive needs, or massive other positions in dire need of upgrade. Get a backup left guard. Unless you're telling me he can play center. If you're telling me he can play center, now we can talk about it. If you're telling me, Dallas, that Cooper Beebe can play center, he's got center in his background, if you're telling me that, okay, I'm listening. I like that now. But if you're telling me you just got guard depth, you know what? Maybe it is guard depth, because maybe Tyler Smith is still the emergency plan at left tackle. Because Tyler Guyton is not going to be your day 1 left tackle. So maybe now you do get Cooper Beebe. Maybe he fills in at guard, and maybe year 1 of Guyton's development is Tyler Smith at left tackle. Maybe I cracked the code, Dallas. I think I cracked the code. I think I did it. Oh man, Day One Game said the goose thing got me loose. Oh man, acting unusual. It's Friday, man. Braylon Trice just got drafted by the Falcons. They definitely need edge. They've waited. I can't remember what they did in the second. No, they didn't go edge in the second round. They went Ruka on the D line. So they've attacked that front seven for sure. Ruka in the second round to be a 5 tech on that 3 front, and now Braylon Trice to be an outside linebacker, power outside linebacker. He's not a guy that's going to drop. 6'4", 245. I don't like that he lost weight. I liked him better as a player at 270. He played at Washington at 270 as a stand-up edge player. I like him with that. I like him better there because he got down to 245, but he didn't get any faster or explosive. So now he's just smaller and weaker. Like if you're going to lose 25 pounds, I need you to be explosive. Don't lose 25 pounds and be the same level of athlete. So it tells me you might as well be 270. Split the difference. 260. 245, I don't know. I don't necessarily feel great about it. Just like I say, you lose 25. Or that makes me wonder, well, damn, if you lost 25 pounds to get to this level of athleticism, I'm just judging from his combine, from how he looked at his combine. But if this is what you look like after you lost 25 pounds, then damn, what did you look like in these isolated speed and agility drills if you'd have been to 270? But I didn't mind the player. I think as far as my edges go, he's closer to, I think he was like edge 10 or 11. I'm not going to lie. Jared Verse, Liatu Latu, Dallas Turner, Chop Robinson, Darius Robinson, Mo Kamara, Marshawn Needland. Who was 8? I think 8 might have been Jonah Ellis from Utah. 9, I believe, was Troy Solomon from Troy. I didn't rank Brandon Dorlus at edge. I ranked him as an interior lineman, so he's not on that. And so I think Braswell was 10, and then I think Trice was 11. Trice is either 11 or 12 with between him and Adisa Isaacs. I wasn't a huge Adisa Isaacs guy, so he was probably 11 after Braswell. If I had to, yeah. I think he was 11 after Braswell. Jarrell, man, it's Friday, big dog. It was a long week, man. And it's spring Christmas. It's spring Christmas, man. The draft is spring Christmas, big dog. The draft is spring Christmas. Okay. Oh, another pick is in. Who we got? Oh, I like this pick right here. It's a tackle. Kyron Amagadaji. Man, forgive me. But tackle prospect out of Yale, 6'5", 323 pounds. Great arm length, 36 and an eighth inch. But he goes to the Bears in the 3rd round. I like him. I like him better than Tyler Guyton. I had him ranked right above Tyler Guyton, I believe. No, you know what that means, Tyler? Yeah. I think he's tackle 10. I think Chris Jones from Texas is 9. I think he's 10. Kyron Amagadaji. Forgive me. And then at 11 is Chris Jones. So he's a project as well, and he played at a lower level. It's Yale. So Tyler Guyton played better competition for sure. But I like the raw tools and size and athleticism of Kyron just as good or better than Tyler Guyton. And I like the application of those, albeit at lesser competition. I still like how it looks on film better than I do Tyler Guyton. I like this pick. I really do. Because the left side of that line in Chicago is the only leftover piece that kind of needs to be, that maybe needs to be redone. You've got Braxton Jones there at left tackle, who's been serviceable. And I think you got him in the mid rounds as well. So you got a starting left tackle that you drafted somewhere between round 3 and 5. You can't ask for more than that. I mean, you're making a profit. You never go broke making a profit, Chicago. So he's solid. But if you're gonna upgrade anywhere on that line, that'd be the next piece to upgrade. They've done a lot of work on the rest of that line. So I love Darnell Wright at right tackle. He was my tackle 2 in his draft last year. So I love Darnell Wright. I liked Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State from 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. He was I think my tackle 4, but as far as guard was concerned, he was either my guard 1 or 2, and they've moved him to guard. Love that. They brought in a couple free agents. The guy from Tennessee, the kid from Tennessee is the other guard. I can't think of his name, but they brought him in last year, I believe. And then they changed up center as well. So left tackle is the only holdover there. I think they got a center from, was it the Rams? I can't remember. But anywho, like I said, is it Braxton Jones, the left tackle? So now you get Kyron there to develop and push him. And then after, I think this is maybe the last year of Braxton Jones' time. So rather than kind of maybe being forced to overpay him after this contract year, now maybe you have this year to develop Kyron to replace and be the new him, a 3rd-round development tackle that you hope to develop and come through to start. Jonah Ellis from Utah just went to Denver. Really like Jonah Ellis. Excellent spin move. 6'2", 248, undersized pass rusher, 33-inch arms. But he has a terrific spin move. He's got pretty good hands. He understands rushing a passer, and he's a guy he's an intelligent pass rusher. He has a plan. He's got eyes. Only thing is he's got limited athleticism, but he's got technical proficiency. Like I say, he's got a great spin. Ooh, man, he went crazy against Arizona. I think he gave Jordan Morgan work. He went crazy against Arizona. Arizona's the game that put him in the 3rd round for me. So I like this pick. 3rd round grade. Like I said, he's a 3rd round graded player for me. So good player at a position of need, good value. I like the pick. Yeah, I like Jonah Ellis. Edge 9. I think he was my edge 9. Just double checking here to kind of look back through some of these picks. Raiders take a tackle from Maryland. Delmar Glaze. I ain't watch you, bro. Day 3. It's a reach. I ain't watch him. It's a reach because he's a day 3 if I ain't watch him. There's few exceptions to that rule. Trevin Wallace from North Carolina was an exception to that rule. Delmar Glaze, you not one of them exceptions, my boy. Delmar Glaze. That's crazy. Day one game, man. Your Eagles are back on the clock. Your Eagles are back on the clock. Pick 78. Let me see what y'all need. Trying to think. You got an excellent pick in Quinyon Mitchell, fought y'all in round number 1. My favorite draft, my favorite pick of the whole night. Who would y'all get in the second round? Let me check. Cooper DeJean, yeah, then double dipped. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean. Oh man, yeah, y'all cooking with grease. Eagles are cooking with grease. Man, how do we keep letting Howie do this stuff, man? Matter of fact, let me check the big board. Who's left on this big board that's not gonna make any sense that Howie Long and these damn Eagles got again. Who's left on here? Man, Cam Kitchens, I would have loved that, but y'all already got Cooper DeJean. Jalen McMillan. I kind of like the idea of Jalen McMillan with y'all. Roman Wilson, I'm not overly big on Jalen McMillan or Roman Wilson. But, oh man, Christian Haynes. Christian Haynes to come in and be y'all starting left guard right now. In the third round, Christian Haynes was a second round player for me. He was a top 40 player for me. I think he's like number 37 or 39 on my big board. Somewhere like that. Christian Haynes, man, at left guard next to Cam Jerkins and that rebuilt offensive line. Oh, y'all traded y'all pick to Houston. I was sitting there doing all that talking. Meanwhile, Philadelphia traded they pick to Houston. Oh, I wonder if this is Brandon Dorless. He's a tweener. Defensive tackle and defensive end tweener, Brandon Dorless from Oregon. I feel like I can kind of see that in Houston a little bit. I mean, on pass rushing downs, like I said, Brandon Dorless being in the pass rush package on third downs on that rebuild defensive line. Daniil Hunter coming over in free agency with Will Anderson. Then on third down, we bring in Brandon Dorless. I don't know, man. I could be talked into it. Houston. Let's see who else is there for Houston. Man. Jermaine Burton sitting there. I mean, that might be an abundance of riches. You already got Nico Collins. You got Tank Dell. You just brought over Stephon Diggs. But, man, look, Stephon Diggs there for 1 year. I don't know, man. I kind of like the idea of Jermaine Burton. Jermaine Burton out there. I like Javon Baker as well. I don't know necessarily if I want Javon Baker. I mean, either one. I like both of them. Wait a minute. Corner, DJ James is still there. I think y'all went, the Texans went DB earlier, I believe. But I still like DJ James there on the outside. I feel like they got a slot earlier. I feel like it was a slot corner. Now I got to check. Who'd y'all get in the second round, Houston? Let me see. No, they went Blake Fisher in the second round. Man, yeah, DJ James. DJ James for Houston. He's aggressive. He's more of an off corner. Maybe play more off man and zone in Auburn. But I think he's got the size and athleticism and physicality to have some press upside. But in Houston, that's not really the name of the game anyway. They're not a big press man team. So I like DJ James in Houston, man, here for 78. That's where I'm leaning, looking at the board, looking at my board. Six picks until my Steelers are on the board. Uh-oh. Oh, Kalen Bullock. Okay. I had to come around on Kalen Bullock. On first look, I didn't love him. I'm not going to lie to you. At first look, I put him at day 3, 4th round. Then I went back and took a second look at him here relatively recently. And I liked him a lot more this second time around. And I put a round 3 grade on him from a 4 to a 3. And so I don't mind this pick. I don't mind this pick at all. He's tall, skinny, rangy. Like I say, he's a skinny, wiry built dude, but he's aggressive. He'll come downhill. He triggers and comes downhill when he reads run, man. And for better or worse, he comes down there to throw his body around. The first thing you got to be is willing. Before it doesn't matter if you're able if you're not willing. So he's willing. I'll take willing and unable before I take able and unwilling. Because if you're able and unwilling, it's not for me to try to change your mind. If you're willing, it is up to me to show you how to do it. I'll take willing and unable all day long. And he's a young guy as well, man. 6'2", 186 pounds, I think. Man, we can get him as close to 200 as we can get, man. That's going to feel great. You're going to feel great about that here in 2 years. Colts are trading with the Cardinals up to 79. Okay, who are they coming to get? Oh, offensive lineman. Matt Goncalves from the University of Pittsburgh is going to the Colts. So tackle depth. I didn't get the Goncalves either. I know he was injured this past season. I think he played half a season before he broke a leg or broke a fibula. But right tackle from the Pitt Panthers. And I didn't end up getting to him. He was one of those guys on the short list that I meant to kind of watch, but I didn't get to him. But in my mind, just kind of from what I'd heard and just kind of catching him in glancing, in passing and just kind of just a light evaluation. I'm not going to claim to have, like I said, studied him, but in my mind, he was going to be a round 4 guy. I thought he would probably be a guy that would probably wind up in round 4. But I thought if I loved him, then maybe he would sneak in around the bottom of round 3. But and just a light little season of Matt Goncalves, I was thinking he was a round 4 guy. Day 1 game, Jarrell said, "What did y'all trade for?" Let me tell you. Y'all coming up at pick 78. So y'all moved down to 78. I'm not sure what all y'all gave now. I don't have it pulled up. But I know y'all moved down to pick 78. So y'all pick is coming up. Or no, not 78. Hold on. Where'd y'all trade down to? Wait a minute. Jermaine Burton just got drafted by the Bengals. Oh, man, I love it. I love the fit. And if you know anything about the Bengals historically, like I do, I'm a Steelers fan, so I'm familiar with the AFC North. The Bengals had a reputation under Marvin Lewis, man. Like, they weren't scared of going to get kind of the bad guys, so to say. I hate talking down on people like that, man. But, they weren't afraid of the rougher bunch. Guys like Vontaze Burfict, who went undrafted because of, just because of things, associated with his reputation. But, guys like that. Jerome Simpson. Vontaze Burfict for sure. So, like, they've had a reputation. So, Jermaine Burton, it's a little smoke on Jermaine Burton's name, man. It's a little... He's got a reputation, I'll say that. But the talent is unbelievable. He's got terrific long speed. He's got excellent ball tracking. I really like his feeling. He put me in. He's 6 foot 196, ran 4.45. He's a guy. He ran 4.45, but if you'd have told me he ran 4.41, I thought him and Ricky Pearsall's speed should have been, or like times were switched. He feels like a low 4.4 guy, a 4.41 guy, and Ricky Pearsall feels like a mid 4.4 guy, 4.45. Both of them have good speed, but when it's 4.41, when you're so close to 4.3, it adds a little shock value. 4.45 necessarily doesn't make the hairs on your arm raise up. You know what I mean? But he's got tremendous speed, long speed for sure. Excellent ball tracking, great hands. He put me in the mind of Deshaun Jackson. Deshaun Jackson was who I comped for Jermaine Burton. I'm not going to lie. And it's for what he does. I think he's got an extra gear at the top. He's got an extra gear on his long range speed. So the instant acceleration, his 0 to 60, his 0 to 60 is good, but it's good. It's better than good. It's very good, but it's not maybe great or, it's not great or overly stand out, but he's got an extra gear. If everybody's got a 5 speed, he's got a 6 speed. He does have an extra gear at the top of those routes, man, and it really kicks in when it's time to really track and go get the ball. And Deshaun Jackson had that. Oh, I love this pick for Seattle. Christian Haynes, the guard from UConn. I love this guy. He was a top 40 player, top 50 player on my board for sure, and I think he was top 40. I think he was right around 40, 37, 39, somewhere in there, 37 to 40, somewhere in there. I think closer to 37, maybe 35 to 38. I had Christian Haynes. I love this guy. I love him as a prospect. He goes 82 or 81 to the Seahawks. I love this pick. One of my favorites. This may be my favorite pick from day two. It's definitely one of my favorite picks from day two, bar none. This is excellent value for a day one starter. 6'3", 317, 503, 40-yard dash. Played right guard for UConn. Man, love him climbing to the second level. I think he's got good strength. He's got good strength in his hands. I feel like he's clean. I just feel like his tape was just clean. He's a guy that I would have been comfortable if somebody would have took him in the bottom of the first round. Like, if Seattle would have took him at 16, that'd have been very rich. But, 16's rich. But, I'm telling you, I could have been talked into it. He's going to start from day one, and you're not going to look at the right guard position for 10 years. You're not going to look at the right guard position for the next decade. That's who you just drafted right now. So I could have been talked into that at 16. I'm not going to lie to you. If Talisi Fuaga was gone, Graham Barton was gone, I'm telling you. Troy Fautanu is another guy I think they should have considered at 16 to slide in at guard. But man, all of those guys are gone. There's a big run on the lineman like that, man. You could have talked me into Christian Haynes. I don't care. I feel that way about him, man. I really like that pick. My Steelers are almost there, baby. 3 picks. The Cardinals are on the clock. Oh, and a pick is in. There we go. Come on, let's get it moving. Cardinals take Illinois DN Tip Raymond. They already got Trey McBride, the nice young tight end from, I think he's from Colorado State. Colorado State's put a few tight ends in the league here these last few years now, quietly. But 6'5", 270, ran 4.6, great athlete. And he's talented, man. He's a big body. He's got good hands. He's a big body kind of jack of all trades style of tight end. Actually splits out a little bit in Illinois' offense. So, I mean, he's a versatile piece, man, with very good size. Like I said, 6'5", 270. I like the player. I like the player for sure. They've already got Trey McBride, who is a budding star. Budding star, Trey McBride, man. Y'all remember that. But I like this kid, Tip Raymond, man. I like this. I like him as a player. I don't necessarily know if that's where the Cardinals needed to go round 3. Like I said, man, with everything else that they got going on, I think they really need outside of receiver. Once they got Marvin Harrison at receiver in round 1, the rest of my board was going to be defense. Maybe an interior offensive lineman if we could swing it, and I think they got one. I had to go back and check. I'll go back and check. I think they got one. But, man, what? I'm telling you, defense is where I'm going across damn near every pick if I'm the Arizona Cardinals. I'm trying to see who they get in the second round. Arizona. They got Max Melton at DB. Love that pick. Love Max Melton. Love that value. Max Melton was a top 30 player on my big board. I don't care what y'all say. So you got Max Melton in the second round. You got Trey Benson at the top of the third round. I like Trey Benson, but James Conner is still, he's still on the right side of 30. He's 28. I mean, he's probably getting to that point. Trey Benson fits that scheme great, but I don't necessarily know if you had to go there at the top of the third. Or maybe I don't know if you had to do that. I like the players. Isaiah Adams from Illinois, they also got in his third. I didn't know him, so he's a day 3 guy. That's how it is, man. If I don't know you, you're a day 3 guy. So I don't necessarily love the value of the picks they took in the second round. Oh, Blake Corum, day 1 game. Blake Corum, Joseph, my dog, Brother Red, man, Joseph Kenny, he asked about Blake Corum going to the Chargers. And guess what? The Chargers draft running back Blake Corum, 5'8", 25 pounds, 4.52, 40-yard dash. He goes in the middle of the third round to Jim Harbaugh's Los Angeles Chargers. Let's go, Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh said he putting on for the set, man. He don't care what y'all say. He said, man, we putting on for the set, man. Junior Colston, Blake Corum, come on down, man. We did the thing in Michigan. Come on out here to sunny California and kick it with your dog, man. Let's go, Blake Corum. I like it, though. I like it. I'm not mad at it. I had Blake Corum as a 4th round with a 4th round grade, but this is middle of the third. Middle towards the back half of the third, I believe. Yeah, we towards the back half of the third, so I can be talked in. I can be talked into this, especially just the situation in totality. It is your coach. You were captain on his team in college. I won the championship together. You're a 2-year captain or a 2-year team leader for sure. Like I said, man, very respected. I can be talked into it, man. He's not my next running back. Jalen Wright. I think Jalen Wright for Tennessee still on the board. Marshawn Lloyd from USC still on the board. But for what they want to do, bringing that Greg Roman's offense is going to be akin to that Michigan offense. Very run first, run heavy, power run game. And we saw what Blake Corum was able to accomplish in that offense in Michigan as a national champion. So, I mean, he's going to feel like a glove. He's going to feel like a glove, man. Like I said, I compared him to Doug Martin. Day 1 game, Jarrell said the Chargers was already the little brothers in L.A. I hope he don't think he finna run a college game in the league. That's exactly what he think. What you mean, man? That's exactly what he think. That college game is coming right back to the league. Don't forget, Jim Harbaugh already brought that offense to the league. You remember Colin Kaepernick's 49ers? You remember the 49ers teams, man? He was competing for Super Bowls. He bring that same offense right back. That offense is coming back, except it's going to be closer to the Alex Smith version of the offense instead of the Colin Kaepernick, because it's not going to be as much. There's not going to be the RPO quarterback element in this. So think about Alex Smith, his version of that offense. He ran a little bit, but like I said, not necessarily to the extent that we saw from the Colin Kaepernick version. The Alex Smith version of that Niners offense is what we about to get. Or not just, matter of fact, that Michigan offense. Because J.J. McCarthy was mobile in that offense, but he wasn't Jaden Daniels. You know what I mean? So that's exactly what they about to do day one game. Blake Corum goes to the Chargers. I love it. All right. Hold on real quick, man. Y'all gonna have to bear with me 1 second. I'm gonna run. We 3 hours and 46 minutes in. Oh, wait a second. My Steelers on the clock. Hold on, man. I thought it was about to be a bathroom break, but it ain't. The Steelers on the clock and the pick is in. Who we got, baby? Oh, god damn. Roman Wilson. We love that. I mean, it was there on the. I mean, there was smoke there that we were Roman Wilson fans. That was being talked about in Steelers circle. I'm just not a big Roman Wilson guy. 5'11", 185, ran 4.39. He's another one of those guys like I was talking about before. When you run 4.39, when I turn your film on, I want to see Troy Franklin. I didn't see Troy Franklin with that speed. I don't necessarily like his route running, or his route running is decent. Like at the Senior Bowl, I think the reviews out of the Senior Bowl was that he was a terrific route runner. And I was like, well, maybe, but when I watch the film, I don't see terrific route running. I see him get open and make plays on deep crossers, things where he gets to open up and use that speed. I think he's got more build-up speed, even though he's a shorter receiver. He's less than 6 foot, less than 200 pounds. So normally those are the guys you think are quick and explosive. I don't think his speed is quick or explosive. It's more build-up long speed. Like I said, it comes into play really when he can open up on crossing routes. He can run away from his defender in man coverage. But as far as just his overall route running, I'm not a fan. I do like his toughness. I do like his willingness in the run game to be a run game participant. Like I like to say, he's a run game participant, willing run game participant. He will go in there and throw his hat around, man, and block and do what he can do. Like I said, he's tough. He's a tough, dependable style of guy, but I don't think he's a difference maker. But like I said, it's the third round. There were talks that we wanted him in the second round. So I like this better. He was a third round grade for me. So honestly, you know what? This being the third round, it feels better that this is our third round pick for Roman Wilson and not the second, because there was thoughts that he was going to be our second round pick. And I hated the thought of that. Here in the back of the third, the value lines up at this point, and he's got some of the traits we like I said, toughness, dependability. I think he does have reliable hands. Like I said, he's tough and he's got reliable hands, but I wish I saw more explosiveness given he's an undersized receiver that runs 4.39. That's what I just wish I saw more of. But I like it better in the third round. All right, now I was about to tell y'all I was 3 hours and 45 minutes, but now I'm 3 hours and 49 minutes into this draft. I am overdue for a restroom break. So y'all sit tight, man. I will be right back. All right, man. Back in effect. Back in the game. Back in the game. Yeah, man. I was like I said, I was almost 4 hours in, and I was overdue for a bathroom break. I also had to replenish my snack pile, man. I'm over here giving y'all all this excellent draft coverage. I'm getting famished. But nah, Roman Wilson, picking back up on the Roman Wilson pick from my Steelers. I don't hate it. I had a round, like bottom of round 3 is where I had bottom of round 3, top of round 4, honestly. So I don't hate it as far as the value. But there's better receivers on the board. Jamari Thrash is one of my absolute favorite receivers in this draft. I think his game is a perfect clone of Deontay Johnson, if you ask me. I kept calling him Deontay Johnson 2.0 this whole draft process. Jamari Thrash from Louisville. Love his game. He's on the board. I love his game. Now, with the new scheme we're going to run, we do probably need more physical receivers that are going to be more of an asset in the run game as far as run blocking. So I get that. But Jamari Thrash, man, I love the player. Javon Baker is also, I believe, still on the board. I think he's got developmental X ability. I think he's got X ability. His hands are inconsistent, which is frustrating because he also makes some of the most impressive catches that you will see out of anyone in this draft. His highlight reel of catches is insane, but his hands are inconsistent. And so, but I love his potential. I love his upside. Runs great routes. He reminded me of a diet Jamar Chase. He doesn't have the raw explosion and athleticism of Jamar Chase, but the way he looks in pass, the way he looks right, he's running routes, the way he attacks the ball in the air with his athleticism at the catch point, his run after catch ability, it really gives me shades of like I said, diet Jamar Chase. Man, he just didn't have the athleticism. But I think those are definitely for me. Though both those players are also top 50 players for me as far as my big board is concerned. Jamari Thrash and Javon Baker both. I put them in my top 50. Those were guys both of them were somewhere between 45 and 50. I can't lie to y'all. My dog Day One Gang know what's going on. Hey, like I never left, big dog. Back like I left something. Dominique Pooney, offensive lineman from Kansas, gets drafted by the Niners. So he played left tackle at Kansas, but he's projected to move inside the guard. I watched a little of him. I wasn't overly impressed. I graded him as a guard because I don't necessarily like his athleticism on the outside. I think he's going to be a better guard. But at guard, I think I graded him as like my 12th or 11th guard. Zach Zinter also just went right before this pick. I believe he went to the Browns. And I had Zach Zinter rated above Dominique Pooney, honestly. I think I had Zach Zinter as my 8th ranked interior offensive lineman. He was behind Christian Mahogany. I think he was right ahead of Cedric Van Pran. So he was Zach Zinter was my like 8 or 9 interior offensive lineman, and Pooney was I think I had him closer to like 12. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think he was athletic enough at tackle. I think he's gonna move into guard. And maybe I was a little harsh on his guard grade because I think his game does better translate in that way to guard. But I think I did have him rated closer to, it was after 12, I'm pretty sure. Or it was after 10. So Okay. The Cowboys are on the clock. They draft a linebacker. They draft linebacker from Notre Dame, Marist Liatu, I believe. So I didn't get to his film as like I said. I didn't get too far into the linebackers. Honestly, I wasn't impressed by the class, and like I said, I got bogged down in receiver. I didn't get as far into the linebackers as I generally would, but I saw a little bit of him in passing. Like I just didn't get as deep into his film study as I would before I feel competent, really talking about him in depth. But in glancing, I saw him, and I think there's something there to work with. I don't think, and it's hard to say this because, like I said, I didn't get as much into his film as I would have liked, but I think borderline round 3. Probably he was probably a guy that, from what I saw, I'm probably going to say more so closer to a round 4 guy. But this right here being the bottom of the 3rd, I don't hate this from what I saw of him in passing. I think athletically, he may have some limitations from what I saw. He's not a tremendous lateral athlete or athlete in space, so to say. But when he sees it in front of him, he can definitely get downhill. And like I said, with the Cowboys having a need at linebacker, like I said, it makes sense. Matter of fact, linebacker from UCLA. Speaking of Eric Kendricks, like we were talking about earlier, oh man, that's a great rep. They just showed him as a green dog blitzer. It looked like he was man on the running backs when the running back stayed in to block. He blitzed and then blew up the running back and got a sack. Then they followed that up with a terrible play. It was a counter to his side. He completely took 3 false steps in the wrong way, and then the counter comes back left up the B gap where he should have been. So yeah, like I said, man, that's what I was thinking. Like from the little bit I saw, I would have probably felt more comfortable with him in the 4th round. But like I said, here at the back of the 3rd, he's not going to be there for Dallas where they're going to pick. No, Dallas doesn't have a 4th round pick. That was another reason why that day 1 draft was so good, because they pick up a 2nd, 3rd. They don't have a 4th, and then they pick up a 2nd, 3rd. So this being their 2nd, 3rd, this essentially is their 4th round pick. So I like that pick even better when I look at it like that. I was doing all that talking on mute. Man, come on, man. Marshawn Lloyd from USC goes to Green Bay. And I was saying I really like him. He's my running back 4. I had him behind Jalen Wright from Tennessee. I believe his name is Jalen Wright. I've been blanking on his first name all day. But my running back board went Benson from Florida State, Brooks from Texas, Wright from Tennessee, then Lloyd from USC. 5'9", 220, runs 4.46. So he's got a shorter, compact frame, good speed for the position. And he is twitchy. He is extremely twitchy, extremely shifty. He's one of those guys that breaks ankles in a phone booth. He's not LaShawn McCoy, but I want you to think about LaShawn McCoy's short area agility and how the way you see LaShawn McCoy like completely snatch guys' ankles in a phone booth. Like Marshawn Lloyd has that element to his game. But I think he's got better long speed than LaShawn McCoy. So I like him as a player. Like I said, he's my running back 4. And right here in the bottom of the 3rd round, I like it. I like it. I do. Green Bay generally trends more of a gap kind of power run scheme. And so the fit for Lloyd, I'm not sure because they got Josh Jacobs, which I think fits what they want to do perfect. And so like Lloyd is a nice change of pace, I guess, but I'm not sure exactly, just how he fits in the scheme they have now. Buccaneers take Georgia safety Tyke Smith. He's a nickel, man. He's a slot cornerback. Jesus. But the Buccaneers take him. I like this pick for the Bucs. Ooh! First highlight is him smoking Brady Cook from Mizzou. I watched that game. Why had to do Mizzou like that, man? 5'10", 200 pounds, ran 4.46. But yeah, he's a nickel corner. I like him as a nickel. I really do. He was one of my top 5 nickels. I think him and the other safety, Bullard, I think they're both nickels. Like they both are called safety, and Bullard spends more time lined up as a true safety. Tyke Smith is a nickel. I feel like 80% of his snaps are in nickel. And I like him at nickel. So I like this pick. But he's physical, he's aggressive, he's feisty. He will deliver a blow. So he's going to fit with Ty Bowles likes in his secondary to a T. And like I said, he's a guy that tip balls and passes and things that find their way in the air, man. He's one of those players where he finds a way to get his hands on them. So I really like that player in that pick. Tyke Smith, the bottom of the 3rd for the Bucs. I like it. I really like that pick. Cardinals get another one of my favorites, man. Elijah Jones, cornerback from Boston College. Man, 6'2", 185, ran 4.44 at the combine. I really enjoyed his film. He is a very talented, very kind of underrated, a little more unheralded press man cornerback from Boston College. Like I said, great size at 6'2", good 4.4 speed. And I really like his game. I got into his film a little later in the process. And so a lot of my board was already kind of taking form. It's like the first 6, 7 guys I think I was already kind of pretty set on. And I think he ended up finishing in. He snuck into, I want to say he snuck into my top 10. He's somewhere between, I think he was somewhere between 9 and 11. So right around my top 10, I think he's right there in mix with Renardo Green. I think he might be right behind Renardo Green. Because I think my 9, 10, 11 were Renardo Green, Mike Sanders-Steele, and Elijah Jones. Somewhere in that, like that's the stack that I had for those guys. And I think he's after Renardo Green and right ahead of Mike Sanders-Steele because of his outside ability. He's an outside corner. He's got better size. He's a better coverage player, I think. Like I said, especially, I'm always going to weigh it it gets graded. You get more credit, I guess. You get a little more credit on the man side than you do the zone side. And even better than that if you're exceptional or excel in press. And so I really like that pick. I really like that player. Really like that player and pick. Man, we are 4 hours in, y'all. We 4 hours in, gang. 4 hours and 8 minutes to be exact. Man, definitely a marathon. Definitely a marathon, not a sprint. We're gonna see it through though. Okay, pick is in. Pick is in for Green Bay. Who we got? Linebacker Teron Hopper from Mizzou. Okay, going to Green Bay. I don't know. Tyron Hopper. He's undersized. He's he's a speedster, but this is a little early, man. Even he's a hometown kid. You know, 6'2", 230. He's athletic. He's explosive in the open field. But man, this is round 3 is a little early. I thought maybe he was closer to a round 5 prospect, honestly. So here at the bottom of round 3 is early for me for Green Bay, man. And man, no disrespect, man. You know I got love for Mizzou, but yeah, man, it's a little early for me. Okay. Gotta take a little snack break. Buccaneers on the clock with pick 92. We winding down. We almost there. There's still some big names available in this draft. For sure. Peyton Wilson, linebacker from North Carolina State. He would probably be my highest rated player on my personal big board. I had him as a top 50 player. He was the only linebacker I had on my board. He's still available. Oh, Jalen McMillan goes to the Buccaneers here at the bottom of round 3. I like that pick. I wasn't as high on him as some people were. Some people liked him better than Polk. Some people had him close to the top 10 and at the receiver position, but I wasn't that high on him. He was in my. This is the range I had him in. Right here in the third round, mid to bottom of the third round is where I wanted him. What I would have wanted him if I was taking him. I think he was wide receiver either 17 or 18 for me. I think he was 17. I think I had Troy Franklin 16. I think Jalen McMillan was 17, if I remember right. He's right in that mix. So, but yeah, but right here in the bottom of the third, good value for me, if you ask me. Into the Bucks, I like it. We don't know what's going on with Chris Godwin. There's talk that this may be his time in Tampa Bay, may be winding on down. So I think he offers a lot of what you get from Chris Godwin. All right, Baltimore is on the clock. Baltimore. Let me see. Love their first round pick. Getting Nate Wiggins. Falls you at 30. You don't have to do anything and get my second rated corner in the draft. Bottom of round 2. Roger Rosengarten. I like the player. I still question the fit for the Ravens, but I did like the player. He was my tackle 8, I believe, after Jordan Morgan. But I do like the player. So now let's see what they do here. The back half of the bottom of the third round. Trying to think who's available here. They still need a receiver. Javon Baker. Oh, my God. I would love to see Javon. Oh, man, Javon Baker. I think that could be exciting. Javon Baker would be an exciting pick for Baltimore, if you ask me. Oh, no, they get Penn State edge rusher Adisa Isaac. So they go back to the wishing well at pass rush. David Ajobo, Adafe Owe, 2 or 3 guys before that. They still haven't been able to quite land on a quality drafted edge rusher, man. They've been rotating free agents through that position for a while as well. Last year's 1-year rental, Jadeveon Clowney, he's in Carolina now. Kyle Van Noy, who had a fantastic kind of resurgent year with you guys last year, you bring him back on a 1-year deal. And so now they add Adisa Isaac in the end of the third round. I wasn't a big Adisa Isaac guy as far as my ranking goes. I think he was my edge 12. I had him behind Braylon Trice, behind Chris Braswell, behind Mo Camara, behind Marshawn Leenan, behind Javon Solomon from Troy. I was not a big Adisa Isaac guy. I'm not going to lie. I think he was edge 12, if I remember right. But with that being said, you do get him here at the back of the third round. So value-wise, I mean, like I said, he was probably going to be a guy that I probably wouldn't take until round 4. But back of 3, 4, this isn't a bad value pick, and so he's just not my cup of tea. But it's not a bad pick. It's not a terrible pick by any means. Not a bad pick at all. We're on the home stretch. There's 6 picks left. We can make it. 4 hours and 19 minutes in. We got 6 more picks. Okay, here we go. Pick is in. The Eagles take Jalix Hunt. He's a interesting prospect. 6'4", if I remember right, he's like 6'4", 250. Right, they're going to bring up his stats on the screen. Yeah, 6'4", 252. Ran a 4.64. He's an edge rusher from Houston Christian University. Now, out of the guys I watched, I think I had him in my least favorite, my rank 15 edge. I don't think he's an edge rusher. I think he's an outside linebacker. I don't think he's an edge player. I think he's an outside linebacker. I'm not going to lie. I think he's even got some safety in his background, but they used him quite a bit as a coverage player. At 6'4", 250, he was used quite a bit as a coverage player. And I think him playing in coverage, dropping into curl zones, curl flat zones, right? I think I trust that more so than I do his prospects as a true edge rusher in the NFL. He's got great athleticism, but I don't think he's near strong enough. I don't know, man. I didn't trust him as an edge player. But here at the back of round 3, like for me, he was a day 3 pick for sure. Like this was a guy for me, he's going to be probably a round 5 pick. So if this was the end of 4 going into 5, I feel better about it. This is the end of 3 going into 4. I don't know, man. I mean, undersized, but Mo Camara is hands down a way more viable edge rusher, in my opinion. Because he plays at Houston Christian, right? So he's not playing the best competition. He's a freak. 6'4", 250, runs 4.64. I'm watching this film. I'm like, why in the hell are you dropping so much? You should be terrorizing these kids. At 6'4", 250, running a 4.64, playing for Houston Christian, you should be unblockable off the edge. It should look like I'm watching somebody's high school highlight film. That's what I want to see when you go to Houston Christian. I don't want to see you dropping 40% of your rush attempts or you dropping in coverage. Tells me that's just not what because you don't put guys in coverage that can get home to the quarterback. Period, man. You don't. Not overly so. I mean, you got to change it up and now again. Try to delude yourself like you're keeping the offense honest. But you don't put guys that can get to the quarterback. You don't put them in coverage. And they put him in coverage way too much. Let me know what I need to know, man. Because like I said, I didn't love him as a rusher, man. I think he's a linebacker. The guy that when I was thinking about his game, I was trying to think of the guy from North Carolina State that played alongside Mario Williams. This is going back, man. Y'all don't know about this, man. I think it was the 06 or the 07 draft class. Mario Williams goes number 1 to Houston. He was the number 1 player. He was a defensive end for North Carolina State. The other defensive end also got drafted pretty high, and he was a tall, skinny DN, but in the league, he was a stand-up linebacker. Man, I can't think of his name. That's who that guy put me in the mind of, Jalix Hunt. My dog Chop said I'm in it for long. Hey, man, might as well, man. I didn't know, honestly, how long I was going to go. I planned to just do the second round. But I was just on here running my mouth, dog. And before I knew it, we were already midway through the third round. So I was like, well, man, I got to see it through now. Now I got to see it through, dog. Now I got to see it through. My Steelers are 2 picks away. It's only it's like 4 picks left, man. I can make it. 4 hours and 24 minutes in, man. 4 more picks, and my Steelers are coming back up. Our second pick of the third round, man. So I got to see it through. I got to see it through, Chop. I got too far in. Dwayne Carter just got drafted by the Buffalo Bills. I like that pick. And this is a good range for Dwayne Carter, bottom of the third round. That's spot on value according to my own big board. I think Dwayne Carter was like defensive tackle 8 for me. Man, I'm not gonna lie. My Steelers are coming up in 2 picks, and I would not be mad if we double dip that receiver, man. Javon Baker is on the board, Chop. Chop said doesn't know how much they needed him, but he got the best back in the draft. The Rams. Who the Rams take? Y'all didn't take Trey Benson. That's the best back in the draft. Y'all didn't take Trey Benson. Did y'all take Jonathan Brooks? Is that who y'all took? Y'all took Braden Fisk at 39. That's a reach. I guess y'all think he's going to be Aaron Donald's replacement. Y'all had to get Jonathan Brooks. Y'all didn't get Trey Benson. That's the best back in the draft. I know he went to Arizona. Look, where's y'all pick at? Blake Corum. You said we got the best back in the draft? Boy, you a Chargers fan now? The Chargers got Blake Corum. Oh, man, y'all done heard it here live. Chop is a Chargers fan. Chop has abandoned ship. Chop has made the announcement right here live on Real Ball Talk 247 with your dog Willie Jack. Chop has renounced his Rams allegiance, and Chop is now a full-fledged Los Angeles Chargers fan. Man! He said, we got the best back in the draft, and he's talking about Blake Corum. Blake Corum is a Los Angeles Charger. Man, I never thought I'd see the day. I never thought I'd see the day where Jeremy Chop Boyce has renounced his Rams hood. My God, what a day for RBT TV. This is a monumental announcement, man. Look at Day One Games Real. Look who's locked their team in the closet now. Golly, boy, times are changing. Who's seen that coming? Who's seen that coming? Chop has renounced his ways. Chop is a Chargers fan. I can't believe it. My mind is blown. My mind is blown. Chop says I'm tripping on ESPN, says him next to the Rams in the third. Bruh, Blake Corum got drafted by the Chargers. I'm going to tell you what. Oh, my God. You know what? You're right. Chop, you're right. I swear, I'm bouncing back and forth between like different draft shows. Somebody showed Blake Corum, one of these things flashed Blake Corum, and I swear it was the Chargers logo. Because I was talking about him going back to play with Harbaugh, but now I'm double checking it online on my phone, and yeah, it's the Rams. Man, that's crazy, dog. Hey, man. Hey, Chop, you got to cut me some slack, man. I'm 4.5 hours in, dog. McKinley Jackson just went to the Bengals, man. They continue to add depth to that defensive line. They definitely need a defensive line in this draft, man. I had them mocked for Byron Murphy for a while. Then I moved Byron Murphy up. And so then I had them picking up Johnny Newton. But they definitely were in the market for defensive tackle. And so they get McKinley Jackson. I like McKinley Jackson. He's a one tech, though. He's a one. He's not a three tech like they need. But they got Chris Jenkins already to be their three tech of the future. And I love that pick. I love Chris Jenkins. He was my defensive tackle number 4. And now you double back and you get McKinley Jackson. So they've rebuilt. They got a young core now to rebuild around. So maybe this is the last year of B.J. Hill. Because B.J. Hill and DJ Reader had been your interior tandem for the last couple years. You lose DJ Reader in free agency to the Lions. And so now you go get Chris Jenkins. Like I said, love that pick. And now you get McKinley Jackson to be the one tech to probably push B.J. Hill and maybe even push him off this roster. There's a chance maybe he beats B.J. Hill out in training camp and he starts at one tech. And then maybe you come out this season with, I don't know if you want to come out this season with 2 rookies on the inside, but man, Chris Jenkins and McKinley Jackson, I'm not mad at that duo at all on the inside for the Bengals. I like McKinley Jackson. Chop said we tried to write him off. Bro, I swear to God, I thought Corum went to the Chargers. I've got about 15 minutes of live footage of me talking about Blake Corum playing for Jim Harbaugh's Chargers, and he went to the Rams. That just goes to show, man, you can't trust all the sources, dog. You can't trust all the sources, man. Hey, look, Day One Game said I'm throwing him off, man. He at work. He's trusting the things I'm saying, and I'm leading him down the wrong path. Hey, my bad, dog. Players mess up, man. But the Steelers on the board, though. Hey, look, Day One Gang said, yeah, we talked about that for about 20 minutes ago. I told you, Chop, bro, I was talking about Blake Corum going to the Chargers for about 20 minutes. Because they got Junior Colston. Oh, the Steelers pick is in, baby. Come on, give me a good one. I don't hate it. We take North Carolina State linebacker Peyton Wilson. So Peyton Wilson was my linebacker 1 in this class. He's only 6 foot. He's 233. Ran 4.43. He's an athlete. He's a wiry athlete. He's a little light in the ass, though, man. Like I said, 6 foot, 233. I thought he was a little taller than that. I thought he was 6'4". I don't think that graphic is right on Bleacher Report. I believe he's 6'4", 233. He ran 4.43 at the combine. So he can run, but like I said, he's lightly built. He has inside-outside linebacker flexibility. Or at least he was used that way at North Carolina State. So they ran a 3-4. He's an inside linebacker in a 3-4. He also lined up as an outside linebacker in that 3-4 and rushed the passer a little bit. And so, I mean, he's got something to offer. I'm not gonna say that's his role at the next level, but he's got something to offer there. He was the number one stacked linebacker for me in this draft. Now he's got a terrible injury history, which is what knocked him down the board. I think he had two. He's like the Michael Penix of defense. He's a fantastic player when he's on the field, but he's had drastic injuries throughout his career. So I think he tore two knees. I think he lost 2 seasons to knee injuries. But he's been healthy for the last 2 years. I think his first 2 years, he had 2 knee injuries that required surgery. And then these last 2 years, he's been healthy. But I really liked his game. Like when I was a little disappointed watching Edgerrin Cooper. And Peyton Wilson is the player I thought I was going to see when I watched Edgerrin Cooper. Because I think he's got I like his mind and coverage. I think he's got very good eyes. I didn't like Edgerrin Cooper's eyes. Like I feel like Edgerrin Cooper too often, if it's a counter to the left, he's going to take those 2 false steps to the right before he realizes, oh snap, counter is actually going. Like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like his eyes made him late. He false stepped a lot in coverage. He doesn't have any eyes in coverage. He just kind of just guards grass in no man's land. So they used him a lot as a spy on the quarterback. I'm talking about Edgerrin Cooper. They used him a lot as a spy on the quarterback because his instincts in coverage are so poor. He's got terrible eyes. He has to see it right in front of him, and then he can attack and go get it because he's explosive. Oh, one of my favorites, man. Cam Kitchens goes to the Rams. Your Rams got Cam Kitchens, dog. Chop, your Rams got Cam Kitchens, man. Cam Kitchens was my safety 1 in this class until I moved Cooper DeJean to safety. I love Cam Kitchens, man. Like I said, and I think what it is, and people are going to hate me for this, whatever, man, but when I watched his film, looking at his body type, he's an aggressive ball hawk that's not afraid to come downhill and lay some wood. He's not the athlete this guy was, but his game, when I watch it, it made me think about Tennessee Eric Berry. Eric Berry was one of my favorite all-time prospects, man. I think he led the country his senior year or his last year at Tennessee. He might have came out his junior year. I don't know if it's junior, senior, but his last year at Tennessee, he led the country in interceptions. Eric Berry did, if I remember right. I'm positive. He led the country. I'm just about positive he led the country in interceptions. And it might have been a dumb amount, man. Chop said, tell me about him. Because he don't know. Man, if Eric Berry is Coca-Cola, Cam Kitchens to me is RC. He's RC Cola, man. He's a poor man's Eric Berry. That's how I see him. He's 5'11", 205. He's not a great athlete. He ran 4.65 at the combine. So he's not a great athlete, but he's got great eyes. He's a ball hawk, though. 2 years ago, he led college football in interceptions. He had 6 interceptions 2 years ago. This last year, I think he had 2 or 3 interceptions, but he gets his hands on he makes plays on the ball. And so he doesn't test well as far as his testing speed, but he's got eyes that he supplements his lack of speed with his eyes, and he will trigger and go when he sees something. So he's an aggressive ball hawk for sure. And he's not afraid to come downhill, man, and lay some wood. He'll fill an alley and lay some wood. I really like Cam Kitchens. He was a borderline top 50 player for me, dog. He was one of those guys that just missed my list. Like my top 50, I think 49 was Mo Camara, 50 was Chris Jenkins, 51, 52, and 53 were Marshawn Kneeland, Cam Kitchens, and man, I can't think of the other guy, but like he was right outside of my top 50 players. I had a round 2 grade on him, man. I really enjoyed this. He was my safety 1 until, like I said, I moved Cooper DeJean to safety, and I made Cooper DeJean my number 1 safety and bumped Cam Kitchens down to the receiver 2. I felt good about him in round 2. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I really like that player, man. He was one of my guys. You know, like every year you got 5 to 10 guys that you watch that are just like your guys, Cam Kitchens was one of those for me, man. He really was. I like that. I really like that pick. Luke McCaffrey, receiver from Rice, little brother of Christian McCaffrey. He just got drafted by the Redskins, or excuse me, by the Commanders. So I watched a little bit of him. He didn't crack my top 20, but he was in that next batch of receivers for me. I cut my rankings off at 21, but I think I watched 26 guys, so he was in that next 5. So I had, which means I cut my guys off because I thought I was starting to get into like round 4 guys. So he's the bottom of round 3, essentially round 4. This is good value for him in my mind. He's a converted quarterback. So he was a quarterback for most of his career through high school. His first couple years in college, couldn't get any burn. He converts to wide receiver these last 2 years, and he can play now. I mean, he's solid. He can play. He can play. So Luke McCaffrey going to the Commanders. That's a solid pickup. I tell y'all what, man, RBT family, we 4 hours and 38 minutes in, man. Y'all better drop a like, a share, and a subscribe for your dog, man. Like, share, and subscribe. 4.5 hours, man, on my Friday night. Somebody got to give me a like, man. Somebody got to give me a like. My dog Chop said done, man. I already knew you was done. I already knew you was good. I didn't think I was talking to you, Chop. You see this, man? I didn't know I was talking. I thought you was already in the game, man. Come on, man. I thought you was already in the game, Chop. You already know how the Three Amigos go, man. I ain't know how to remind my dog Chop. We 4.5 hours in, man. My dog Chop said he just now tapped in with the Three Amigos. It be your own people. My dog D-Dot in the building, man. Big Nation in the building, man. What I'm sipping on? Man, do you know what? This is a pre-mixed old-fashioned, but man, I stamp it, dog. It's the truth. I was sipping straight bourbon a little earlier. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, it's time to wind on down. This is a pre-mixed old-fashioned, man. Old-fashioned 1792. This is a winner right here, man. This little guy, $10, $10, man, at my local Specs. And it, man, hey, gets it done, man. That's a solid old-fashioned, man. To be a pre-mixed, off-the-shelf old-fashioned, man, look, delicious. Man, day one game Jarrell, man, we wasn't giving no more free shout-outs, man, no more free sponsors. Come on, day one game Jarrell, you supposed to be the moderator, dog. You supposed to keep me on point, man. That's another free sponsor. They owe us a check now. 1792 owe us a check, man. But hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. If you a whiskey guy, if you drink old fashions, this man. I'm telling you, I don't know what it costs. I think you up there in Missouri. I don't know what it costs in Missouri, but down here in Dallas, where I'm at, less than $10, man, at my local liquor store, and it's a winner. And this is a winner. A little earlier, man, I was sipping Redwood Empire, man. The straight bourbon from them. Pipe Dream is their straight bourbon. So if you're a bourbon, are you a bourbon drinker, D-Dot? Are you a bourbon drinker, dog? If you're a bourbon guy, then yeah, man, I got a couple. Then those, I would suggest both of them to you. If you need if you make your own old fashions, for sure, always do that. But you know, sometimes, man, if you just want to just sit down and pour something up, like I said, man, you just want to sit down and pour something up. This 1792 old fashioned, man, I can't complain about it. $10, I can't believe it's $10. As good as it tastes, I can't believe it's $10, man. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie, D-Dot. Hey, we did the damn thing today, man. Still a Nation, man. We did the damn thing, man. You hear me? We had a hell of a draft so far, man. We got Troy Fatanu, round 1. Didn't have to move up and get him. He fell right to us. That's an A. We got Zach Frazier at 51. Didn't have to move up. He fell right to us. Position of need. That's an A. Then pick 84, we got Roman Wilson. Now, I'm not the biggest Roman Wilson fan. I'm not going to lie. There's players I prefer. I prefer Javon Baker. I prefer Jamari Thrash. I prefer Malik Washington. But if you're telling me that we got him at the bottom of the 3rd round, I'm not mad at you. Because he does fit what we need, man. He's physical. He's a willing run game participant. We definitely going to run the piss out the ball, man. So we need receivers that don't mind getting in there and getting nasty. And he's got that in him, man. He's got toughness. He's got pretty decent hands. He's got high point ability as well. But but like I said, man, he's I think the other aspects of his game are leave a little to be desired for myself. But then also, man, we get Peyton Wilson. Peyton Wilson was my inside linebacker number 1. We need that depth. We got Patrick Queen from the Ravens in free agency. That's a terrific pickup. I love that. Really like Landon Roberts, the free agent we signed last year, man. He's damn near turned into a captain. You know what I mean? So, really like him. Cole Holcomb was a good pickup for us, but he broke a leg or had a gruesome knee injury. He's still working his way back from injury. So Peyton Wilson getting that depth as that 3rd linebacker, because last year we went through 4 or 5 starting inside linebackers last year. That's crazy. So we definitely need the depth, and Peyton Wilson was my number 1 guy, but he's got a tricky injury history. But getting him at the end of the 3rd round, so basically for a 4th round pick, great pick. My dog D-Dot, man, he said is a good bourbon for a Manhattan or an old fashioned. For that Redwood, I sip that straight. I normally sip that. I sip that straight, or I sip it on ice. But between those two, if I was going to suggest, I'd say put it in an old fashioned. For a Manhattan, no, I go more. I go more for an old fashioned myself. But I like my old fashions with a little more bite. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm at a bar or something like that and I get an old fashioned, a lot of times I'll get it with like Makers or Bullet. You know what I'm saying? Because I want my bourbon to have a little bite. Like I want to taste the bourbon in the glass. You know what I'm saying? I want to taste the bourbon. I want to taste my money. Pause if that's weird. But I want to know I'm sipping bourbon. So I go for like a Makers or a Bullet just if I'm at a bar, just, you know, just drinking, chilling with the fam or whatnot. And then if I want to get like a higher quality bourbon or a more pricier bourbon, then I normally want to drink it straight or sip it on ice, straight or on ice, either way, depending on what bourbon it is, man. Some I like straight, some I like on ice. My dog Chop said Woodford Reserve with your next old fashioned. I don't mind Woodford Reserve. I don't mind Woodford Reserve. Yeah, I'm familiar a little bit. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't mind Woodford. I think Woodford, well, the Woodford on the shelf, I don't like. I also another thing with like my proof. I like a little proof on my bourbon now. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like bonded whiskeys, man. That 100 proof range. I like that. I like that 100 proof range. I don't want to get too crazy. 90 to 110 is where I like to stay with my proof. So if I want something a little more mellow, a little smoother, a good 90 proof, like this Redwood Empire Pipe Dream, this straight bourbon from Redwood Empire, it's a 90. Their blended bourbon is good as well, man. I can't think of the tagline for it, but it's this Redwood Empire, but instead of red, it's blue. The label's blue, or like the design on the label is blue. I can't think of the nickname they gave the blend, but normally I don't go for blends. Normally I'll go for the straight bourbons of any bourbon I'm drinking. But my local liquor store was out of the straight pipe dream. The straight bourbon is the pipe dream. They were out, and one of the workers was like, hey man, go ahead and get that blue a run, man. I was like, the blend? I was like, man, really the blend? I don't really get too much into the blends, man. I want to drink the straight bourbon. He said, man, trust me, man. Man, you ain't gonna have no disappointment in that one. I trusted him, man. Yeah, he wasn't lying, man. So it was a good blend. I fool with it. But I don't mind Woodford Reserve though. I don't mind Woodford Reserve. But I think it's definitely mellow. But like I said, man, I like a little more bite. Especially if I'm gonna have it as a mixed drink, I want a bourbon that's got a little more bite. So I'll go like a Bullet or a Makers even. D-Dot, man, hold on, man. D-Dot, man, hey, man, hold on, man. I'm a reformed tequila drinker. I was a big tequila guy. But a tequila old fashioned, what are you talking about, bro? What is that? Huh? I don't know, man. hey, D-Dot, man. Who the corrupted D-Dot, man? Who the corrupted a tequila old fashioned? I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I've had a Hennessy old fashioned, and I hate Hennessy. I am not a Hennessy guy. All right. Now this conversation is spiral. We went from 5 hours of draft talk. Matter of fact, we're 4 hours and 48 minutes in. I got 10 minutes to talk whiskey. So I was a big tequila guy, and I've never been a Hennessy drinker. My dog Chopper tell y'all, I'm gonna say it online because I've had a few, so I'm not embarrassed to say it online because I'm already good and toasty. I will drink. No, I ain't gonna say it out loud. Chop know what I was about to say, but I'm not a Hennessy guy. But man, I've had some fire Hennessy old fashions, especially smoked. It's a nice black-owned restaurant down here in Dallas, in the Dallas area, Pangea. Come on, man. There we did it again. Day one game, Jarrell, man. Where you at, man? TBNL. To be named later. They got to send checks, man. TBNL is a nice black-owned restaurant down here, though. They're sponsored by Hennessy. Man, look at that, man. Hey, man. Black-owned restaurant sponsored by Hennessy. Shout out to y'all, man. That's the blackest shit I'd have heard all month. a black-owned restaurant sponsored by Hennessy. I swear, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's advertised on the menu. They have a smoked VS Hennessy old fashioned. Fire, bro. Man, fire. If any of y'all pop up on me on Dallas, remind me to take y'all to get a smoked Hennessy old fashioned, man. Matter of fact, pull up on your boy in Dallas. Pull up on your boy, man. Especially football season, man. When football season hit, it's an open invitation to all of y'all, man. Pull up on me on a Saturday, man. We're gonna eat good. We're gonna drink good. We might get into some other recreational activities, depending on what you like. And we're gonna watch a lot of football and talk a lot of football, man. That's an open invitation for anybody, dog. That's an open invitation, man. As long as you're part of this RBT family, man. You better be subscribed and you better like the videos, man. You can pull up on your dog in football season. We're gonna kick it. And when y'all do, remind me to take y'all to get a smoked VS Hennessy old fashioned from Pangea. My dog Chop, he knew where I was going with that, man. He said he ain't gonna put me out there. Hey, man, look. Chop knows the struggle of a 19-year-old college student, man. Hey, man. Chop, man, you gotta respect it, dog. Come on, man. We was 19, 20. You know what I'm saying? I mean, 21, drinking responsibly. Y'all know what's going on, man. 21, drinking responsibly. We college kids, man. Athletes. Can't have no job being a college athlete. Hey, man. There's a lot of things happen, man, you might not be so proud of, man. But I tell you what. I ain't forgot where I came from, Chop. I ain't forgot my roots, man. It got me through some lonely nights, man. A tequila old fashioned. It's still a few of y'all in the chat, man. Let me know, man. Has anybody ever, forget if you ever had a tequila old fashioned. Have you ever heard of a tequila old fashioned? I've never heard of a tequila old fashioned, bro. What tequila would you recommend? Like you know what I'm saying? What tequila would you even recommend, dog, for an old fashioned? I don't know, man. With the orange peel and the citrus element, you know what I'm saying? The cinnamon stick, you know what I'm saying? A little cinnamon element. You know what I mean? Like little brown sugar, little orange bitters. You know what I mean? Like what tequila we put in with that? I don't know, dog. Day One Gang Jarrell said he ain't never heard of it either, man. It's not just me. I don't know, man. He said a reposado. Okay, I mean, yeah. So at least it looked brown, so it's gonna look right. And that's the thing too. Like I can't stand reposado tequila. I either drink Blanco, the white, or Añejo, but I normally skip over the reposado unless it's Don Julio got a good reposado. Most reposados, I don't know, for whatever reason, man, they never really fit my palate. I much prefer the Blanco or the silver or the white. And then if I'm gonna go brown with tequila, man, I'll get into a Añejo. But most reposados, I'll tell y'all what it was, man. No, this ain't story time. We ain't there yet, chat. I got some stories, man. I can tell y'all a story about what made me swear off brown tequila. I didn't have brown tequila for about 8 years. From about 16, 17 to about 24 or 25. Matter of fact, man, somebody edit that, man. 21, drink responsibly. But I swore off brown tequila for a long time, man. One day we get deep in the game, we might have story time, man. I can tell embarrassing stories about myself. We not there yet. D-Dot said you can go Añejo as well. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now I like this better. Okay, now I like it better, man. Yeah, I like it better. Day One Gang Jarrell said the draft over. Yeah, the draft over, man. 100 picks, 5 hours. We 4 hours and 54 minutes in on the nose, man. Shout out to y'all. Y'all the truth. We still got a handful of y'all in here, man. Y'all the truth, man. D-Dot got us in here contemplating tequila old fashions, dog. Man, I don't know, man. Maybe when in the Añejo, man. Reposado didn't do it for me. Because like I said, I'm not a big Reposado guy. I don't mind Don Julio's Reposado. But I'm very selective on the Reposados. But Añejo, okay, maybe with an Añejo, maybe, I don't know, man. I wouldn't even know where to go to order a tequila old fashioned. I'll be embarrassed to order it at a bar if it's not already on the menu. Like if it's not on the menu, it's something that they do. I don't want nobody to look at me crazy when I'm like, hey man, let me get a tequila old fashioned. Like I'm gonna have to say it on the low. They're gonna be like, what? I'm gonna have to say it 3 times. They're gonna look at me crazy, like, all right, man, yeah, man. I don't know. It better be on the menu. Tequila old fashioned. Yeah, man. Oh man. Hey. You might be on to something though. You might be on to something. I love a good old fashioned though, man. That's for sure. I tell y'all what, man. Me and D-Dot Steelers are having an A draft so far. I don't know about the rest of you suckers, but me and D-Dot Steelers are having an A draft. My dog Chop said he's calling tonight. Hey man, and you know what, Chop? That's perfect timing, man. It's perfect timing. Look, we 4 hours and 56 minutes in. It's 10:41. I think Chop is on to something, man. It's time to call it. Tell y'all what, man. Appreciate all of y'all. Before y'all get out of here for the night, man, and go enjoy yourselves, go enjoy your career, go enjoy your wife. Before y'all do all of that, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube. Hit the like button for me. Hit the subscribe if you feel so obliged. All right, I appreciate that for sure. Man, this was a blast. 5 hours in, the fact that I still got some of y'all in here to talk, man. My dog Day One Gang, he's hey, man, it's been real. Y'all already know what's going on, man. Appreciate all the members that came through, hollered at your dog, man. My dog Chop, Day One Gang Jarrell. My dog D-Dot Steelers Nation. Man, Keandre, K-Rock, man, appreciate you, man. The fam bam came through. Man, so many of y'all, man. Y'all know what's going on. If I forgot to say your name, damn, my bad. But charge it to my head. Do not charge it to my heart. You know I'm thinking about you. You know I appreciate you, man. Look, 4 hours and 57 minutes. 4 hours and 57 minutes, man. we made it. Day 2 of the draft in the books. I don't plan to go live tomorrow, but for day 3, I'm definitely gonna watch day 3. So I'll be active, man. If you follow my Twitter, I'm gonna probably be tweeting, trying to comment on 50-60% of every pick, man. Y'all know how I'm gonna do, so I'm gonna keep that stuff flooded. If you're on Facebook, still in the old Facebook groups and all that good stuff, man, I'm planning on being active on there. So I'm definitely gonna have some commentary on the draft tomorrow, but just not gonna be live on video on YouTube. But definitely in the coming week though, and probably for these next coming weeks, man, we'll probably do a lot of draft recap and coverage, and we'll go through all these picks, our favorite picks, our least favorite picks, our most surprising picks we wish would have been made, man. We'll break down this draft every which way we can in the coming weeks, man, and give us all something to do until to try to keep our fix, man, until football season starts again. So 4 hours and 58 minutes in, man. We almost there. We almost to 5 hours, man. I was trying to string it out as long as I can to see if we get to 5. But hey, ain't nothing wrong with 458. Appreciate y'all, man. Really do. Don't forget, highlight them 3 amigos for me before you get out here, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Make sure y'all tap in on that YouTube. And just like that, man, we gone. I will be back, man. Be on the lookout for more content. Tap in with my Twitter, with my X. Like I said, man, a lot of my content is going over there these days, man. So player breakdowns and profile, all that good stuff, man. I'm doing a lot more of that on Twitter. I'm still trying to keep touching on the Facebook groups as well. But man, other than that, appreciate y'all. It was a blast. 5 hours strong. Appreciate this community, man. We young in the game, but we here, baby. We here. We ain't going nowhere, and we got more to come. Y'all have fun. Y'all be safe. Enjoy the rest of y'all night. Peace.